And that camera look horrible. I don't know what that is. Anyway, man, I'm gonna play something while I'm waiting on people to come in. Let's see here. I'm gonna get on the screen. Let's do it like this.
Just did. I read an article which that was basically telling you about the Trailer Tear. Now this is how these motherfuckers slip up and shit, right? Now let's deal with this. Let's check this out, right? Deal with this, right? Let's deal with this, right? Now this is what this article said. Let me read the topic. This is in the Reuters. The Reuters. I don't know what website this is, but I just happened to find it. I'm gonna probably read from another article as well. It says second largest U.S. tribe expelled slave descendants. Right now, check this out. Let's say Oklahoma City, Rutger. It say the nation's second largest Indian tribe, formerly booted from membership. Thousands of descendants of black slaves who were brought to Oklahoma more than 170 years ago by Native American owners. All right. They say the Cherokee Nation voted after the Civil War to admit the slave descendants to the tribe. They say, but on Monday, the Cherokee Nation's Supreme Court ruled that a 2007 tribal decision to kick the so-called freemen out of the tribe was proper. Now, check this out. They say the controversy stems from a footnote in the brutal history of U.S. treatment of the Native Americans when many Indians were forced to move to what later became Oklahoma from the eastern U.S. in 1838. They say some who had owned plantations in the South brought along their slaves. Now let's deal with this real quick, right? Now, how was people who was marched across the fucking 1,000 miles brought slaves with them? Now just let this one soak in because we're gonna get down to some common sense on this one. Right? We're gonna get to some common sense on this, all right? Let's deal with common sense on this. And this is for anybody who just came to the page who want to find out where we at so far with this Native American history. Right? We're gonna deal with this shit, right? So I'm gonna read it again. The controversy stems from a footnote in the brutal U.S. history, the brutal history of the United States treatment of Native Americans, when many Indians was forced to move to what later became Oklahoma from the eastern USA. Now remember, I showed you eastern was in Carolina and Georgia. We know who the indigenous people in them regions are. The indigenous people are not in Oklahoma. The real Cherokees are scattered around. You understand? And some of them people do have the blood, but what happened is they whited themselves out. And what they did was they want the white face to be part of the nation. Now check this out, right? I'm gonna read this one more time. Now this is, you can find real stuff that's in the books, like the relationships of blacks, African Americans and Native Americans. The book by Jack Forbes. I can't think of the one by Jack Forbes. There's a bunch of them. When Nations Gathers, they give little clues. But I don't have the PDF for the books right now, so I'm not really trying to pull it up and start showing you. I mean, maybe I can make some videos and go into my books and just highlight it and read from my books or whatever. But I gotta find the ones on PDF. I guess I get when I get time, I'm gonna stop over the Drop Squad. I mean, no, what is that? 432 Drop Radio. I'm gonna over there and see what he got. Do he got any PDF? I know he normally have a lot of books over there or whatever, like PDF or you know what I'm saying, books you can read from the computer. All right, but this is what I found strange. So it's saying that the people who was marched across, who was forced to leave their homes, brought along their slaves, right? And in the process, because remember this, right? Think of this too, right? Think about this too, right? All right. There was a war. The Cherokee War was around. I think the last war was over in the 1800s, man. I mean, let me look it up. I'm gonna look at it, man.
Yo, who that? Who that in the house? Who that in the building? Type something if you will. Okay, maybe they walked away for a second or something. What's up, Kibo, man? What's going on, brother? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I appreciate you stopping through. Give it a minute. I'm try to give some time for some other people to trickle in. This video, I'm gonna give you the link to it. This is an interesting video. I haven't really watched the whole thing myself, but I'm about to drop the link for you. Hold on. Let's see. I'm just gonna stop sharing this and then reshare it. What did I do? What did I do there? There we go. So let's see here. Can I get the link from? Guess it would be up here. Yeah. I'm gonna drop it right here in the chat for you. Then I'm gonna continue watching his stuff while we waiting. That's a direct link to that video. It's pretty interesting, man. For what I heard, while I was listening to it earlier, I got to finish it myself. That's why the reason why I brought it up, partially so I can look at it myself some more. But it's another channel that supports what we doing, you know. So if you haven't already heard about them, but I'm gonna put it back on the screen.
I'm gonna look at it. So this is the Chickamauga. That's war on the cherry. Let me see. Let me find all of them because it's a bunch of. You know what? Let me go to Wikipedia. Maybe I can find it here. Remember, I'm just looking I get a brief understanding. I'm not looking for peer-reviewed studies. I'm looking to say after Anglo-Saxon Cherokee War, bitterness remained between the two groups in 1765. Well, that's not what I'm looking for. Though. I want to see a list of them. Now you read this right here. It say Cherokee. It say any. I can't really pronounce it though. Waya. It say or Cherokee. It say indigenous people of southeastern woodlands. All right. So let me see if I can find. Let me see. Maybe I can find this. Let me see. Man, there's a bunch of freaking treaties, man, and wars. I mean, it's a lot of interesting stuff that I could probably pick apart in, but I ain't really got the time to read all this shit right now. I'm gonna probably read a little bit. Why I match this with what I already got, some of the other information that I got. But no, this ain't what I'm looking for. Let me try one more time. I'm gonna keep it moving. Right?
Yeah, broadcasting live from the dungeon.
Maybe I can find it with this one.
Well, slay these Shawn types. You know what I mean? Y'all too.
Cause you might as well say
At the store.
that 1838,
That could be a thorough.
when they made them leave,
Can't let them get away with that.
when they made them leave,
So yeah,
that was a war too.
man, I'm about to go on right now.
You understand? That was a war too. See, all these was Cherokees too. The Seminoles was part of the Cherokees too, from my understanding, because I believe the Cherokee Nation extended from the whole Carolinas and what we call Florida. Now there was no Georgia. Georgia just I don't know how long Georgia been there, but it haven't been there. I don't believe no longer than 200 years. All right. So these are all the different wars that they had against all the tribes, all the different wars. Let me see something. All right, that's a similar. Hold on. All right, listen. Mobilized Cherokee. All right, the Creek War had the Cherokee Nation was involved. Um,
When I got on there, you kicked me off for no good reason. So
hold on, let me see
that's
something.
going
Let me go back there.
you know, incite.
Oh, say combatant one was Seminoles against the United
You know what I'm
States.
saying? And
All right,
I'm
so
gonna bring the receipts.
the Spanish. All right, so it's the Spanish and the Indian Wars. That was with the Comanches, and all that. All right, so from what I see right here, until I do some further research, I'm gonna stop it at 1833, right? Because
part three was more.
hold on.
I'm gonna put your own mouth, which this is gonna be as well, Shawn. You know what I mean?
All right, I was right here. No, actually, this is another article. My bad,
This is gonna
people.
be as well, Shawn. You know what I mean? But I'll be bringing out some.
Yeah, I'm all over the place, man. Oh, yeah, it's this one right here. My bad. All right, so they say some 4,000 Indians died during the forceful march. All right, so during the forceful march, people who was captured was still going to continue to be slaves, or they was going to try to run away. Think about it. And they saying that these people was freedmen. So it's a lot. It's a lot that they lying about. We already know. So matter of fact, let me read a little bit more because I see something right here. All right, so it says some 4,000 Indians died during the forced march. It said which.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back to this, man. This was getting interesting, man. But I'm gonna go ahead and get it started because well, it's only 7:08, man. I'll give it maybe 10 more minutes. Yeah, I get started in 10 more minutes. Cause he in here dropping some bombs.
Became known as a Trail of Tears, and our ancestors carried the baggage. They said Maryland Van. They say the freed man leader who is the plaintiff in the legal battle. All right, so it's saying our ancestors carry the baggage. All right, so I take it that Maryland Van is a Negro. I take it that she has to be a Negro. It's a leaders who is a plaintiff in the legal battle. I'm sorry. It's officially there are about 2,800 freedmen, but another 3,500 have tribal membership application pending, and there could be as many as 25,000 eligible, they say, to enter the tribe according to Van. The tribal court decision was announced one day before absentee ballot were to be mailed and elected of the Cherokee principal chief. My bad, no, my fault. All right. They say this is racism and apartheid in the 21st century. They said Van, an engineer who lived in Oklahoma City. So
All right,
spokesman for the tribe did not respond when
I'm gonna cut it here. This my guy. See if I can pronounce his channel correctly. Uh, Autochronus, Auto, shit, man. Autochthonus 1. Got some thorough stuff on his page, and on his channel, man. He does his thing. But I'm gonna go ahead and get this here started. Let me find this other YouTube where this man was saying too much, man. Let me back it up. This dude was saying a whole bunch of nothing.
These are things that we were studying to make sure that we understood and why the only test
Oh yeah, I gotta hear this. Oh man, he's a funny guy. Let's get him on there. Let's play it.
How are you making a claim that I am appealing to authority because of a lecture being posted about the genetic admixture of African Americans? How could you also make a claim? You did it twice. You did the appeal to authority and confirmation bias shit twice. Where's the confirmation bias at? We're talking about the Negro.
So Keyboard, I think that's you in the building again. I'm letting him, you know, say what he got to say about me. You know what I mean? So we can so we can have a laugh or two. But I think it's kind of funny what he was saying, man. So also, it's another reaction as well to what he was talking about. So he's going to mention some specific points that he's going to try to talk about that he gets wrong. And I'm going to chime in with my receipts, and we're going to go ahead and break it down. And as a matter of fact, let me show you. I'm going to share this screen here. I'm going to stop sharing this, and then I'm going to share my PowerPoint. Yeah, here we go. So I'm gonna put it on slide, so just so you can see like the stuff I'm gonna cover. So he's gonna talk about He's going to talk about ancestry genetics or ancestry companies like Ancestry 23, and he's going to advocate for it. He's going to talk about the indigenous slave trade. And what I'm going to talk about, because I asked him during his live, what about the indigenous slave trade? I ain't going to say he ignored it. Well, I think he did. You know what I'm saying? I think he ignored that request. So he never did respond to that message in the chat when I text him that. Um, he's going to mention the white population signal in the Amazon. I'm gonna pull receipts on that. I'm gonna break it down. Um, Luzia versus Luzio. I'm gonna break that down again because I believe that's relevant. And then once after I get into that, we're gonna go into the video from another gentleman that did a good job of explaining the male. One of the males that were found, in the same amongst the same collection of archaeological evidence with Luzia. We'll go over Neanderthal and Denisovan variants found in West Africans. When we get to that part, I'm gonna explain why that's relevant because that was a receipt he was trying to duck. Definition of Negro and how it pertains to Australians and Melanesians. Reinforced the DE splitting by hammer. It was some interesting in that same Wikipedia that he used that's still available, on the internet today. So I'm going to get into all of that. So I'm gonna stop sharing this, and I'm gonna get back to him just talking about. I ain't gonna say it's nothing because it's giving me some material to talk about. So I ain't gonna say it's exactly nothing, but it's very comical. I'll say that. Very comical. So let's get it on with this guy.
In America, where's the confirmation bias? Right. So again, let me get back the dude who video this is. So let's find dude. Let's go back to his comment so y'all can see. Was that Saunders? Eric? All right, let's go. All right. So the dude made a comment on this video, right? 2 days ago. Y'all saw the response. We ain't got to play the video. We know the video exists. We got it. It's documented. So he did his little onslaught of whatever he did. You say, y'all heard what he said. He making so many videos. So he went in this Facebook groups. He went in the Facebook groups, right? And he started making posts and sharing his videos that he had done. These are his videos. I don't know if they were lives or I don't know if they was uploads. I don't know. Whatever the case may be, he didn't did these videos, right? So he uploaded these two and did a live. So on the third part. So he did all of this in response to a reaction video that I did. Now, y'all heard me 2 days ago show y'all that I told him to pull up on Sunday. We could just get straight to the business. We could debate this shit without no problem. Now, I don't like your AI shit, bro. Whatever you doing, because you trying to make yourself look like me and me look like you, and we don't look nothing alike, bro. Because that's what you're doing. I don't look nothing like you, and you don't look nothing like me. So whatever filter.
Hey, this dude funny. This dude funny, man. Talking about I'm trying to look like him. These pictures clearly look very different, man. That's you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shawn, that's you. That's how you look, bro. You know what I'm saying? I thought AI did a good job, but yours kind of had mine kind of distorted, man. But that's how you look, man. You know, just own it, bro.
You using for AI, your AI creator, stop it. But in only gonna prove my point that you ain't no Indian, that you ain't indigenous, that you ain't none of that, because you carry those West African features that you running away from. But that's neither here nor there. However, your boy made 3 videos in response. Now remember, he already did a 3-hour presentation on,
and this man did 5 on mine. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it took a little time to get to yours, brother. Let's keep going.
some bullshit, which I don't even see the video. Hold on, let me see. Did you take the video down? I know you didn't take it down. Nah, there you go. Here you go. All right. So here's the video right here. So you did 3 hours and 13 minutes on this. You know, saying African Americans are not West Africans. And you insinuated a bunch of shit. Then you came back and did another live, and uploaded 2 videos, which total about 3 more hours. So that's, you're reacting to a reaction. And you did hour 22 on that one, an hour 13 on this one, right? So we had 2.5 hours there. Then you did a live. I ain't seen none of these 3 videos. Yeah, live that was that. And I guess you know what I'm saying? You and your feelings. You and your feelings. Because see, when I messaged you on Facebook, when I seen your post, it was only because India had told me that you was trying to tag me in a group. And she let you know that why is you tagging me in a group when you know y'all kicked me up out the group and y'all blocked me from even being in the group. But you tagging my name, so you know I ain't gonna be able to see none of that.
Dude,
the same thing with the chop.
I don't know what you gonna see and what you don't see, man. I don't know you like that, bro. I don't know you like that.
Talk group. They're not letting me post or do anything in that group. They don't want my content. They don't want nothing. They don't want me posting anything in the group.
Now, mind you, he responded to that's where he issued his challenge in that Choctaw page. I took a screenshot of that, reposted it, you know, so that's documented. You know what I mean? Maybe he got a short memory. Let's go.
Because that's how biased y'all are, that y'all got to try to sell y'all lie that way. So you did all this, bro. And so then when you seen me respond to you on Facebook in the Choctaw group that you put that shit in, you gonna send me a friend request. I don't know why you sent me a friend request. I denied that.
Dude, getting it mixed up with a messenger request. In case you don't realize, Shawn, you got to send a request to be able to directly message somebody on Facebook, my guy. You know, stop twisting it up, man. I'm not trying to be your friend, man. I'm just trying to smash that slab head. That's all.
Ain't no reason for us to be friends. You sent me a message. I guess you sent the friend request to send to so I can recognize the message. I ain't recognized the message until like yesterday or whenever I messaged you. Whatever time of day that was, that's when I got the message, which it could be today, this morning. I think it was this morning. So I told you what it is, what it was, and then you're going to go back and forth. Then you're going to try to tell me to pull up on you on Tuesday. You're not the A side. The evidence is not in your favor. You are the claimant. The burden of proof is on you. I'm not going to your channel and do nothing with you. You could pull up over here, though.
That man was talking real big, man. Talking real big. Yeah, like he had that sauce, boy.
And we can get somebody else on the panel with us and they can mediate these terms, and we can do that. We can get to that right now. No, I ain't saying you ducking. No, I ain't saying you hiding. I ain't saying none of that. But I had told you 2 days ago that to pull up on Sunday. And then you act like you didn't know that until you went back and made this last message about 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago, when you had to see if I left you a message on there, you found out that I did leave you a message, so there was no capping going on, and it was what it was with that. So it is what it is.
It is what it
Now,
is, man.
if you can't comment, you can't comment. You ain't subscribed.
Yep, and I told this man on Facebook. Everybody know that story, man. Told the man on Facebook, let's do it Tuesday. He pulls up the last second anyway, but I'm gonna play that live when I come into his live. As we go, that's gonna be towards the end, and that's when I'm gonna chime in with more receipts. But I got some receipts coming up soon because he's gonna start it off after he get done. Rambling about me. He's gonna go into the ancestry stuff and try to advocate for ancestry companies being authentic for proving ancestry. So with that said, I'm gonna let it roll. Let's keep it moving. This guy's a comedian.
You ain't subscribed. Cool. Don't subscribe. You ain't got to comment. You can keep going back in your shit, doing your little show, and build your content up. But you're not the authority in this particular situation. You don't have the evidence in this particular situation. And that's why I told you, you can't prove the origins of black people in the Americas is in the Americas. Because the quote unquote, I'm going to call it like this, the founding population of black peoples in the Americas are directly from Africa. The founding population of the indigenous peoples that was here before the Europeans arrived and these colonies got to cracking, or Verrazano pulled up accidentally, those people, the original inhabitants, are descendants from East Asians and Siberians. They were here first. If you claim to be American Indian, you're claiming to be from Asia, East Asia, Northern Siberia. There's no way around it. If you identify as black in America,
so here we go with him forcing the narrative right here, trying to act like it was only one population group here, and if you're gonna claim American Indian, it's got to be Siberian derived. No, sir, we're not allowing that on this channel, sir. You're gonna have to pull receipts. Not hypothetical probability type situations from ancestry. DNA. Nah, you're gonna have to prove with direct evidence. You know what I'm saying, that every single black person in America, came from West Africa. And like I said, when we get to the DNA portion, man, I'm gonna implode his whole thesis very quickly, man. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real thorough.
you were not here before the Europeans arrived. Now, you gotta prove that you're a Native American. You gotta prove that you're the Paleo Indian. You gotta prove that you're the Inuit. You gotta prove that you are a fucking Eskimo. I ain't got to do none of that. The burden of proof is on you. You bear the burden, not me. Me, I don't give a fuck about what you claim. Because you can claim it all day. It's just your belief. But what can you prove? You can't prove. See, I don't care nothing about your belief. And I don't care nothing about your claim. I only care about what you can prove. And if you can't prove X, Y, and Z, to hell with it. Make all the excuses you want. React away. But I told you. Now you done did 3 videos behind me reacting to your video because you're trying to save face. It's different if we had a debate and we both had a debate. The debate was live, and then you go react to the debate, and I go react to the debate, and then there's intra pieces inside of the debate that we pull from, and then we teach or expound on beyond those periods. But that ain't even happening. You're reacting to a reaction. So that let me know already you're on a defense. You ain't on offense. I took the ball from you. Now you're mad. You want to get the ball back and go home. So you made 3 other videos. But I ain't got to worry about those 3 other videos. Because I took the ball from you. I told you what you is. I ain't make a claim. I told you what you is. You can't prove it. Just like Ron Raggedy Ass running around here trying to be FBA, holding Tariq Nasheed.
Now I want everybody to remember them words. He told me what I is. And when I came on live, since he wanted to be West African, I told him what he is and what he descends from, since he claiming that. And that's when he kicked me off his live. We're gonna get to that part.
She nutsack. The whole time he over here talking about confirmation biases and blackologists and all this crazy ass shit, when it ain't even a fuck. When the goddamn white people telling you the same shit that Rick Kittles is telling you, how the fuck is that blackology? You're numbnuts. See, now you're trying to gaslight someone because you don't know Black history in the Americas. You don't know scholarship as it pertains to Black people in the Americas and that period of where people were calling it a Holocaust. That's exactly what it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was our Holocaust. Slavery was our Holocaust. The slave trade was our Holocaust. We had millions of people die behind that shit too. People didn't even survive. We had a lot of people that didn't survive the Middle Passage earlier on. Whether it be self-inflicted, whether it be through sickness, or whatever the case may be, or at the hands of Europeans. They didn't make it. So how the fuck is that blackology? That's the problem with you guys, man, when you don't know nothing. So the both of you are really stupid. Both of you stupid. You're making claims with no evidence. Bullshit. Ron, you made another claim on this video right here. I already dealt with the blackology.
Speed it up a
So
little.
I'm gonna just keep it right there with you, Ron. But what's this dude name? The dude name, man. What's this dude name, man? James. You keep messaging me, James. You know, James. You know I'll be. Hey, listen, James. You know I'll be in Cleveland, bro. We can go to the museums and you can show me. You can show me what you know. Me, you, and chill.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. We can go right.
Man,
We can go right to the museum. You know, somebody else showed me these photos in the Cleveland Museum. He probably ain't seen it, and I gotta verify it myself. I ain't even gonna cap. You know what I mean? Somebody posted something on Facebook, and it was like, man, I took a photo of this inside the Cleveland Museum. Blah blah blah. I guess it's the Arts Museum. I guess that would be. No, it can't be the Natural History Museum. I ain't never seen nothing like that in that. But I haven't even been to our own arts museum. So I had to go check that out, man. But they got a Black Indigenous figure on display or something to that extent, some type of figurine or something like that. I can't remember if it was like a statue mannequin or whether it was some type of figurine, but it's something to that extent that I seen somebody post on Facebook. So again, ignorance. There are plenty of Black Indigenous figures in history museums across America, man. In Britain, and maybe I can bring that photo up later. In Britain, the emblem of America is a Black woman, brother. So what are you talking about? Again, just talking, man. Just talk, 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 talk. You sound put together, man. But I don't know how to explain it. But you not. you're not really saying too much, man. To somebody who don't know no better, you might sound good, brother. But I'm about to chop you up, bro. I'm gonna let it keep going so he can lead himself into his destruction.
Messaging me, man. I deleted I ain't even read your other message. I just deleted the message. I ain't even trying to really rap with you, bro. Ain't nothing to rap about. Ain't nothing to rap about. And you know I'm live.
Oh, and also, man, Shawn, you mentioned something about me being in Cleveland. Like that discredits me from talking about indigenous ancestry because obviously, that the Black indigenous ancestry in the Southeast. That's where these people who were being called Negroes were. So you're trying to disassociate me from my roots, but that's where it is. And Shawn, I have residence in Georgia, man. I got dual residences, man. You know what I mean? And the residents in Georgia, that's family owned property, man. That's where we used to farm at, man. And that's middle Georgia on top of that. That would be Lower Creek territory, as a matter of fact, man. I ain't even gonna show you how my great grandfather was described, in a published book by his own son. I ain't got to get into all that. I'm pretty sure you heard the Scottsboro Boys. You know what I mean? That Clarence Norris is my uncle. You know what I mean, on my father's maternal side. But I ain't gotta pop my collar about all that, man, because I don't want to segue from what I'm about to get on your dome piece about. You know what I mean? I'll do that in another piece maybe. You know what I mean? But the second half of my family is still in Georgia, brother. You know what I mean? And I'll be down south probably in the next month or two as soon as I get my truck out. Most likely this week, be down there. We got a family reunion down there in Atlanta as well. You know what I mean? So yeah, you can say what you want to, brother. And we got uh, my other branch, at least one of the other branches, are out of Alabama by way of South Carolina. So man, you don't know me, bro. You know what I mean? And the family in that's out of Oldstown, Alabama, which I don't even think exists no more. That was the capital. That was a Choctaw capital. I forgot what the indigenous name for it was, but maybe I'll look that up too if I can remember it. And show everybody what that name was before it was called Oldstown. And again, these are towns that are, only occupied and have historically only been occupied by black people. You know what I mean? So you can try to take it away from me all you want, man, but you can't. I'm gonna keep bringing it to the forefront, and I'm gonna keep pushing it to the forefront, man. You cannot stop me, dude. You can only try, man. And I sent you some receipt. I sent you one receipt about that West Africa stuff that we were talking about that you kicked me off your live on Messenger. You know, you came through, running your mouth talking about, yeah, I thought you had receipts. I sent it right to you. You ignoring it. Well, man, you're going to get this message, man. And I've already sent it to you directly in your message, man. Don't run from me, dude. Let's get it on. Let him keep running his mouth.
Because you've been told. You've been told. So I'm not even finna get into you trying to respond and react to what I said in the other video. I'm not giving you that time of day. I'm leaving you with your little 33 views or whatever the fuck else you get. Because you made a plumb.
Yeah, you might have more views, man, but you don't have the knowledge, man, and it's gonna be on full display. Full display.
Fool out of yourself. Now, if you want to hit that link and get up here and read that article, then we can do that. Rick Kittle stated less than 0.1% of genetic material is utilized in DNA ancestry testing. All righty. So GZBREM8, thank you for coming in the chat today. You said no, okay, so let me do it this way for you, because apparently you don't understand something. He says Rick Kittle stated less than 0.1% of genetic material is utilized in DNA ancestry testing. That is correct. Do you know why 0.1% of DNA is used? No, you don't, because your second response was this. You said genetic testing cannot be used for geographic specificity due to human migration. Incorrect. Incorrect, because you have genetic markers that hit at specific locations that tell you exactly when you're seeing these repeated patterns in your genetic in your DNA that tells you these specificities that you said they can't be. So here we go again. You don't know what you're talking about. But when Rick Kittles told you that 0.1% of genetic material is utilized in DNA ancestry, do you know why he said that?
So what he has to be talking about is SNPs, and so SNPs, they're using SNPs to basically reconstruct DNA in terms of lineage. Um, but those SNPs, they're not gonna fully capture ancestry. They could tell you who shares ancestry. You know what I'm saying? But the extent of that can't be fully explained by S&Ps alone, man. So he's also going to go on to say some things right now that that clearly demonstrates his lack of understanding and what this 0.01% means and how it pertains to ancestry. And it's going to be comical, man. I'm gonna let it play.
He said that because we are 99.99% the same. The difference in every last one of us that's listening to the sound of my voice or commenting in the chat is the 0.1% difference. Now, that 0.1% difference can determine a lot, can tell us our eye color, can tell us our the hair color, can tell us the color, that even the fucking skin complexion can tell us so much. So aren't you a human? We're all humans. So at what point do we find the differences in all of us being humans? Do you? Let me do it. Let me do it this particular way, man. Let me do it out, man. He said that because we are 99.99% the same. The difference in every last one of us that's listening to the sound of my voice or commenting in the chat is the 0.1% difference. Now, that 0.1% difference can determine a lot, can tell us our eye color, can tell us our the hair color, can tell us the color, that even the fucking skin complexion can tell us so much. So aren't you a human? We're all humans. So at what point do we find the differences in all of us being humans? Do you? Let me do it. Let me do it this particular way, man. Let me do it this particular.
So clearly, he has it. His understanding is that he thinks that 1% that separates, people and populations from each other, that differentiates populations. He thinks that you inherit from your parents that entire 1%, and it's really not 1%. It will be like 0.1% because it's 99 point. Human beings share like 99.99 of the same DNA, and we differentiate in that 0.1%. And so he thinks that because it's a stated difference of 0.1%, it could be, it could vary a little bit less, a little bit more, but he thinks, and he's implying that you're going to inherit that full 0.1%, from your parents. But in reality, that 0.1% is going to be fractionalized even more, so again, he's trying to put himself in positions as if he's understanding this, this genetic stuff, and just trying to give a persona like he does. And it's very clear that he doesn't, man. But let him go ahead and embarrass himself.
Way. Let me help you out.
What is he typing?
You could have simply just did this and asked your goddamn search engine for the answer. And your search engine would have responded exactly how I just broke it down to you, but it's going to elaborate a little bit more. Why? Because we're asking a specific question. We're asking a specific question, right? We want to know. You want to know? We all want to know. So read that. You can read this article right here. I ain't gonna do it for you. You can read why. But it's clearly gonna tell you all human beings are 99.9% identical in their genetic makeup. Differences in the remaining 0.1% hold important clues. I said I wasn't gonna read this.
Yeah, go ahead, read it, big dog. Go ahead, bitch.
But that 0.1% hold important clues, bro. Just scroll down the bottom and have fun, bro.
Oh, what's the
right
clue?
there? You ain't even gotta go too far. All human beings are 99.9% identical in their genetic makeup. Differences in the remaining 0.1% hold important clues about the causes of diseases. Gaining a better understanding of what the interactions between genes and the environment by means of genomics is helping researchers find better ways to improve health and prevent disease, such as modifying diet, exercising, et cetera, et cetera. It goes further than that. If you go and you just go read, it'll tell you.
Okay, so right there, he's conflating evolutionary data about the human genome in general. Uh, you know, and so yeah, he's conflating that together, and he's acting like this has something to do with ancestry. It doesn't. All they're saying is that, and you'll see the same thing in the articles I present. They'll harp on this point where, and they're gonna basically explain where this type of genetic data is useful for. And this is the area. This is what you call. This is what you would place in the evolution category for human beings in terms of genetic data, and that's where this data is mostly can be utilized with accuracy. But in the articles I'm going to go on to read, it's going to explain exactly why it cannot be used for ancestry purposes. And I have articles. I'm gonna read from 3 articles. Two of them is going to be somewhat opinion based, but it's coming from geneticists. And so they're going to give their opinion as a geneticist what they think about consumer DNA companies claiming what they claim. And then the third one, which is the nuclear bomb, because this one is centered on a complete, and it's not even an attack on consumer DNA companies. Well, I guess in some ways it is, because they make a direct statements towards consumer DNA companies and accuse them of being, I don't want to say fraudulent, but being money driven to push an agenda basically that's not accurate. And so I'm gonna get into all of that, but I'm gonna let dude keep going. He texting me now and everything, man. I don't know what he want, man. It's too late, Shawn, man. Your beating is on the way.
I told you, characteristics such as eye color. You thought I was playing games. No, I don't play games. I'm very familiar on why that 0.1% is significant. These are things that we were studying back in 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. You know what I'm saying? These are things that we were studying back then to make sure that we understood the advancement of this and why they're only testing the 1%, the 0.1%. We've had these shows, these discussions that actually answer these questions. I know it's people in the chat probably trying to school you on this shit already, but I'm just letting you know where you're lost at. Y'all can't even see this damn screen that just pulled up. Hold up. My bad.
All right, so here you go.
Real quick, because I know you got a short attention span. Every person's genome is around 99.9% the same as everyone else's, but the 0.1 equates to around 3 million differences. Some differences in our DNA determine physical characteristics such as eye colors. Other can influence our susceptibility to develop a disease.
Again,
Physical characteristics. What?
broad data. You're talking about physical characteristics. A lot of people share the same physical characteristics, but it doesn't mean that they're closely related, Sean. Doesn't mean that they're even in the same lineage or or share the same ancestors. You know what I mean? So yeah, let's keep going, man. Let's let you pick yourself apart, man.
What are physical characteristics? Your phenotype. So I'm saying?
No, I don't see what you're saying.
See what I'm saying? Like those things. Your eye color, your hair, your skin complexion. Come on, man. Like you gotta understand. You gotta understand genomics versus genetics and go there. You gotta understand that. Like y'all ain't focused on this. Then let me see what else you was saying, because I kind of got you caught right there. And I want to, I want to kind of respond to you.
You know what I mean?
You said genetic testing cannot be used for geographic specificity due to human migration. What you think DNA testing does? What is ethnicity? What is ethnicity? You know what ethnicity is?
Go ahead, tell us, Sean.
Once again, what you're saying in the chat, you actually can tell. See, African ancestry does what? What can African ancestry do? They can tell you which tribe you come from. Why they keep showing? Why in your ethnicity breakdown they telling you Yoruba, Senegal? You know what I mean? They put you amongst all these because you're sharing something in common with those people. Why are y'all not paying attention to that?
So what, Sean? All human beings share things in common, man. And what you probably get mixed up is or misunderstood is, probability of variance. And yeah, they do narrow it down to, who shares rare variants and so forth and so on. So there is, some relation between Black Americans and what you would call West Africans. But how that's interpreted is where you're going wrong, brother, in terms of, how close related that what that means. Basically what that means is what you're misinterpreting. And how what's the word for it? How accurate these DNA consumers can be in demonstrating that. You know what I mean? That's when you're going wayward, man. And I'm gonna show you, peer reviewed information from geneticists, you know what I mean? Saying otherwise to what you're saying, brother. You know what I mean? And you reading Ancestry and everything like that, man, that ain't gonna help you, man. They in it for the money, brother. They're trying to get paid. They're selling a product, brother. You know what I mean? Like, so no, we're gonna get it from neutral sources that are not paid to, sell people dreams. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's let you keep talking though, bro.
Yes, humans migrated. But guess what else humans did when they migrated? They left behind DNA. Everywhere a person walks on this planet, this day, if you go back 20 years, if you've left something in, if it can be dug up, if it can be preserved and dug up and brought to the attention of people that's doing this research, you would see that they would find shit on you from back when you lived in the projects.
Okay. So with that being said,
if they were able to isolate,
I want to pull something, man. And I think this would be very surprising to most about the lack of evidence as far as fossil evidence concerning the E lineage. Let me bring this up. Give me 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Let me get this on the screen. So I'm gonna stop sharing this for a moment, and I'm gonna get something on the screen here. Is that it there? Yeah. And hopefully y'all can see that, man. I know it's two people in here right now. If y'all don't mind texting, saying that y'all see that just to confirm it. Give it like maybe 30 seconds for somebody to text something just to make sure y'all see it. So what this is, I just asked ChatGPT a random question. Really, it ain't random. I've been harping around this for quite a bit in terms of. All right, cool. Appreciate it, Kibo. And I asked ChatGPT a specific question. I've been asking these questions because I've also stumbled onto the fact that um, genetics, how they basically put together haplogroups is basically reverse engineered. Basically, they're moving backwards and they're making a lot of inferences, based on modern DNA. And so, of course, anybody with common sense would know to properly determine the ancestor, with precision, you would need that ancient fossil. Now, I know it's unrealistic to demand every single fossil for every single ancestor. That's impossible. But the amount of missing fossil evidence in lineages outside of Europe and Asia is astronomical. And so I'm gonna zoom in on this and I'm gonna read this. This is just a little brief summary and breakdown of what has and what has not been found in the DE lineages. And of course, the E lineage is important for most Black Americans because they fall under the E lineage, and most of them carry the haplogroup E1B1A. So, but anyway, the summary of this is about the DE, D, and E lineage structure. So the overview says this document summarizes the structure. And again, this is ChatGPT putting this together for me because I asked it to do it. This document summarizes the structure, fossil evidence, and interpretive challenges surrounding haplogroups C, T, D, E, D, and E. It integrates phylogenetic structure, ancient DNA limitations, and population dynamics. All right, so with that being said, I'm gonna move on to point two here. Phylogenetic structure. CT splits into DE and CF. DE further splits into D and E, includes D1, D2, while E includes E1B1A and E1B1B. Now, there's a structure in between that, and number three goes into that. Absence of basal fossil evidence. No confirmed ancient DNA exists for basal CT, DE, E, E1, E1B, or E1B1. Okay, these early stages are reconstructed from modern genetic data. So, just so people know, I'm not just making this stuff up, just pulling this out of the sky, and because I feel some type of way, like Shawn said, I'm in my feelings, what I'm saying, blah blah blah. I'm coming with it today, baby. You know what I'm saying, Shawn? And like I'm gonna show his text messages at the end, man. He a funny guy. But anyway, D lineages. D2 is a basal lineage found in West Africa at very low frequency. Just like I said, D1 is found in Asia and represents a later expansion. D2 is more basal than D1 and sits closer to DE. So a lot of people use that fact to say, well, you got the more basal D2 in Nigeria today. So that means that DE had to originate from Africa. That's a wide assumption, man. That's a wide assumption. And we've already showed, I think his first name is Michael Hammer, when he did his study of of the DE haplogroup splitting and the fact that he couldn't determine whether whether it's split, inside or outside of Africa. Man, he pretty much came to the conclusion that it was undetermined. With that being said, as soon as I get done reading this, I'm gonna go back through that Wikipedia and break that down even further. But I'm not gonna read all of it because he already did. We already broke that down before. But I just want to point out the phylogenetic dates on it. Yeah, and which is very interesting. Like when he was reading it, I don't think he noticed it, and I didn't notice it either. You know what I mean? That was a detail that I looked at like the third time, and I'm like, hold on, man, that timing. You know what I mean? I'm gonna make it make sense though. E lineages. E1B1A dominates sub-Saharan Africa, but appears in ancient DNA only in recent expansion contexts. The E1B1B appears earlier, 10,000 years ago, in Northeast Africa and the Levant, but still not at its basal stage. So this is how I inferred that the E1B1A is non-existent for about the Bantu expansion is at the most 5,000 years ago. Some people got it dated just 1,300 years ago, but we'll go with the bigger number. 5,000 years ago, the haplogroup formed about 22 to 25,000 years ago. So we go with the 22. We're looking at about 17,000 years of next to no reproductory activity from the E1B1A. Now, you know, anybody can make of that as they wish. You know what I'm saying? But I find that very peculiar for it to be almost non-existent or not captured in any type of fossil data, or nothing like that when its sister lineage is killing it in the Nile. You know what I mean? The E1B1A, the E1B1B is very it was very predominant in the Nile region and in the Levant. You know what I mean? So I find it very peculiar for the sister, the older sister, to be so predominant, but the E1B1A, which is the younger one, to be almost in non-existence for 17,000 years. I'm just saying. Shawn. I just need you to make sense of that, man. Why you texting me and everything like that, man? Stop texting. You told me to stop texting you, man. So now I got to show you your text messages at the end of this, man, to let people know how you be, be twisting stuff later on, acting like it's me, you know what I mean, like stalking you like a stand or something, man. But anyway, geographic pattern. D1 is restricted to Asia, D2 to Africa, and E to Africa. This reflects early divergence followed by long-term isolation and expansion. Admixture signals. D2 carriers show typical West African autosomal profiles reflecting recent population history. No clear external admixture signals are detected. That's interesting as well. For D2 to be so basal, it's saying it's only pretty much reflecting, the Bantu expansion type autosomal signatures. It's very interesting. Just saying. Number 8, why did I do that? Yeah, no, it didn't. So why DNA reflects deep lineage ancestry, while autosomal DNA reflects recent population history. These layers must be interpreted separately. Core conclusion. The deepest structure of the DE lineage is reconstructed rather than directly observed. D2 represents an ancient branch. D1, an early extension expansion, and E, a major African expansion lineage. So I said all this to basically debunk the statement as all of this DNA exists. Now, of course, if you left some DNA behind yesterday, yeah, that's retrievable. But we're talking about retrieving enough DNA to reconstruct your ancestral lineages. And you're gonna run into you're gonna run into several barriers trying to do that. And one of the biggest barriers is the lack of fossil evidence. So as you can see here, not even the E1B1A basal has been found and formed, which is not unusual. There's nothing conspiratorial about that. Usually, the most basal of any mutation when a haplogroup first forms is usually not found because that's one person. You know what I'm saying? And so, earlier lineages or earlier representatives tend to die off before their children basically expand and succeed. You know what I mean? So that's not, abnormal in and of itself. But all I'm saying is, regardless of whether it's abnormal or not, to be so confident in these haplogroups without the fossil evidence to go with it, just gives you an idea of how this stuff works, man. This is all I'm pointing out. You know what I mean? For people to be so confident, like Shawn, with this much fossil evidence lacking in our lineage, I'm just saying, why are you so confident, Shawn? That's all. That's all I'm asking, broski. Why you trying to distract me with your little text messages, man? It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work, bro. I'm on my job. So let me stop sharing this, and then I'm gonna put his crash back on the screen and let him. Oh, hold on, 1 second, 1 second. Also, what I want to do. Let's see. Microwaves. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go here, and I want to pull up that Wikipedia. Should be able to find that real quick. Give me a second, y'all. That's powers and limitations. All right, maybe I'll just get it out of here again. No, not it either. Here it is. I already had this up. Okay. So one of the things, and let me put it on the screen. Let me share it. This one right here. All right, if y'all can't see it, just let me know. I'm gonna go ahead and read it off. Okay, the main thing I want to point out, because he pretty much read most of it. Let me see if I can go back to it. Okay. Yeah, this part right here, where it starts off as scenarios. The scenarios outlined by Hammer include an out-of-Africa migration over 100,000 years ago, the YAP-positive insertional Asian Y chromosome 55,000 years ago, and a back migration of YAP-positive from Asia to Africa 31,000 years ago by a subclade haplogroup E. So I'm going to read that one more time and see if you guys catch this. The scenarios outlined by Hammer include an out-of-Africa migration over 100,000 years ago, the YAP positive insertion on the Asian Y chromosome 55,000 years ago, and back migration of YAP positive from Asia to Africa 31,000 years ago by subclade haplogroup E. Now, as I explain this, the crowd that, Shawn would represent, they would call what I'm about to point out here pseudo. But, you guys just do the math yourself. They're saying that the split occurred 55,000 years ago. It said that the E back migrated back into Africa 31,000 years ago. When you do the math, the difference between 55 and 31 will be what? 24,000 years. So basically, this is insinuating that E was on a course of back migrating for 24,000 years across Asia. I mean, there's no other way to interpret that. You know what I mean? Y'all let me know if I'm off, man. I'm going to go back to the screen, man. Y'all can tell me what y'all think, man. If I incorrectly interpreting that, I don't think so. It says that it split the DE split 55,000 years ago. The E did not return to Africa into 31,000 years ago. And that was, Hammer's initial, and understanding that. And I don't think he changed his understanding either. I think other geneticists, they built on top of his work and they came up with other conclusions later on. But I think his conclusion was that it was undetermined. So he has the E coming across from East Asia into Africa, basically supporting, my thesis about, Africa being significant, but significant as a back migrational, landmass. Okay, so, but anyway, let me get him back on the screen, and we'll go back to his points, man, and let him embarrass himself. We got to let him embarrass himself. It's only right.
You remember all them times you was spitting, all them times you done went to the bathroom, all them times you done took a shower, brushed your hair follicles. You done did all these different things in these particular places. If they were able to preserve and isolate those places you've ever stayed without anyone else intervening into that, they can find your ass.
So I guess he's partially right, because I think either he already did. He's gonna go into the fact that they are leaving this DNA into a database that law enforcement can access. You know what I mean? And I guess he thinks that's okay too, man. You know what I mean? They not getting none of my DNA though, brother. You know what I'm saying? I think you trust these people a little bit too much. You know what I mean? I guess you think because Rick Kittles is black, you know what I mean? It's cool to give him his DNA, and it's cool for him to give your DNA to law enforcement. I don't think that's going well for black people in the history in America, brother. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, man. And even geneticists have pointed this the security issue out with these consumer DNA companies keeping the DNA in their reference basis to allow the criminal justice system to use to find criminals, man. But you good with that, man. That's what I'm saying, man. These brothers they indoctrinated, man. There's no other conclusion that can be made.
You don't believe me? Just go ask the dude in San Francisco, the killer. You know what I'm saying? The mass killer. What happened to him? Man didn't even take a DNA test. Man went low, killed all these people, and then hid for quite some time. But because they found evidence in places, but they were unable to come to a conclusion on who this person was or what they could have done. They found evidence. But it was when his cousin, they found his cousin got DNA evidence. Oh, so they found a match. Oh, wait a minute. This person's related to him at a certain base point. Oh, okay. So they like cousins. All right, let's go pick him up. Ooh, found him, took him to jail. Look him up to San Francisco.
Now, Shawn, I gotta hold you up a little bit because you stressed that, man. You know what I mean? You comparing deep ancestry to your cousin who lives on the same landmass that you do, where we got genealogical databases that track through birth certificates, social security numbers, and everything like that to verify whether this person is your cousin or not. You know what I mean? Now, I don't think Shawn mentioned whether it was a first, second, third cousin or anything like that, man. But the closer it gets to a first cousin, man, that's pretty easy to to track down the genealogical records, man. You know what I'm saying? If it's a first cousin, that means that's your that would be your uncle or aunt's children, basically. They know who your aunt is. They know who your uncle is. Everybody is in the database, man. You know what I mean? Everybody got, for the most part, they got a birth certificate. Your parents filled that out as soon as you were born. You got social security number, to get a job with. You know what I'm saying? So, these are not apples to apples comparison. We talking about tracking ancestry on a different landmass in deep time. No, sir. They are not the same. And we ain't the same either, Shawn. Just putting that out there.
Francisco killer. What we doing, man? We keep bringing it up to y'all attention. Then you said, name the specific chromosomal number of the 23 pairs of million chromosomes that define geographic specificity? I already, that's a dumbass question. I've already went past the base pairs, and I already told you, apparently you don't know how DNA works. So what we're gonna do for you real quick in the chat, since you saying the dumbass shit that you're saying in the chat, we're gonna show you.
Sean, that wasn't a dumb question, man. That was a challenge, man. I think he was setting a trap for you. You know what I mean? Because ain't no DNA finna prove anything about a demographic location, man. All it is a collection of data that demonstrates, what population groups share the rarest of variants. And for us, the only other population that shares anything close to the variants that Black Americans carries happens to be in West Africa today. Key word is today, and that's it. Trying to make any other, anything else other than that of it is a stretch, Sean. And I'm gonna prove it with the articles I'm getting ready to show. But I just wanted you to shoot your shot so I can counter it and swat that thing out of bounds. So let's continue.
You this little chart. Give me a second. Let me get to pull up what. Oh. And again, I had the source on the screen to keep on telling you about genotypes and genomics and genotypes versus genetics. I have that on the screen for a reason. Let me pull my shit up real quick. Hold on. Cause I gotta go into my folder so I can get the right shit I'm looking for. Let's go. Let's go. Understanding the differences between your ancestry percentages, your country matches, and your genetic groups. There's a lot of ways to analyze our DNA that can help us learn about where we come from. This report provides an estimate.
So again, he's reading this off of a consumer DNA company's website. And again, man, they make millions and billions of dollars off of selling selling a product, and their product that they're selling is matching individuals to other individuals and calling them, related in an ancestral type of way on different land masses. That's what they're selling. And you can imagine if you're making millions and billions, you have an incentive, to keep making it millions and billions. You know what I mean? So you might not always tell the truth. And we're going to find out how they are not telling the truth.
Of your ancestry breakdown by comparing your DNA to a DNA of over 14,000 people from populations around the world. They call that a reference population. You keep asking about a location and all these other things. There is a reference population. The reason a reference population.
So basically, Sean, there's nothing that exists in DNA that can pinpoint a landmass for ancestry. You pretty much just indirectly answer this question. You couldn't answer it directly. Well, you can. You could have just fessed up and just said no. There's no such thing that exists. But instead, you try to basically, distract from it, and basically take it in a slightly different direction, I guess you could say, and explain it in another type of way indirectly. But the answer to the question is you just simply can't, brother. We understand that it's a reference population. You know what I mean? And so since it's a reference population, it's only a reference population to a certain degree of probability, man. That's all he was getting at. But you dodgeball that question pretty good, man. I gotta give it to you, brother. let's keep going.
Exists because the genome, the worldwide genome, has been mapped. Shout out to ANZIC 1 and ANZIC 2 here in the Americas for helping bring forth additional information for the mapping.
Oh,
First, we divide your DNA into short pieces like boxcars on the train. Next, we compare each.
so real quick, Shawn, did the Anzac 1 and Anzac 2 look like contemporary Native Americans in their morphology? We can definitely say that they, at least from what I know of, that they weren't in the Negro category, Sub-Saharan, Melanesian, or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? I think Anzac 1 and Anzac 2 would have been in the Eurasian category. You know what I mean? But they look specifically much different than contemporary Native Americans. Now, their DNA, was continuous. But again, Shawn, Y-DNA and ntDNA, they only capture 0.01% of your ancestry, my guy. Next to no autosomal input. That's what's important. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even sure what the autosomal make, if they even captured anything from the autosomal makeup. I had to go look at the reports, but I'm pretty sure about the morphology and that they did not look like contemporary Native Americans do today. Let's continue.
Piece to the DNA of every reference population to find the best match. What I said to you earlier about comparing those matches, I'm clearly answering your questions. Now, I know I might be late responding to it because I was on to some other shit, but I'm just now reading the chat and I'm getting to you before I can even get to my show. This ain't even a part of my show. But because you're in the chat, you're running your mouth, your Twitter fingers, you know what I'm saying? You just, yeah. You're typing too fast. You need to listen. You need to listen. So then after the reference population, after they compare your DNA.
Shawn, whoever that was, they smarter than you, big dog. And that's all it is to it, man. They smarter than you, bro.
To the reference panel to find the best matches, they summarize your results using percentages, which are arranged in a hierarchy from continent to region. In some cases, you may see additional details about the possible origins of your recent ancestors, sometimes down to the state or even city.
Mm-hmm. So
some of the
that's partially true, Shawn. You know what I mean? But that would incorporate two people at least being in on the same landmass at the same time. You know what I mean? That's very feasible to track that. But again, we're talking about population groups that likely, split from each other in ancient time, in deep time, and suggesting that you're going to pinpoint that down to tribes, cities, towns, states, so forth and so on. Bro, you're not going to find any scientific, genetic studies that are going to say that in that type of specifics, brother. And I challenge you to find it. I challenge you to find it, man. Let's go.
23andMe results can tell how much of your DNA comes from different parts of the world. That's another answer to one of your questions. Those are your ancestry composition percentages, and they add up to 100%. To provide these results to you, we divided your chromosomes into short pieces, like boxcars. You heard it. These pieces are short enough that it's general fair to assume that the DNA they contain comes from the same ancestral population. And for each of those pieces, we compare your DNA to the DNA of people whose ancestries we already know. These people comprise our reference panel. The more data you have, the better explaining of the reference panel and the population percentages. So when we find the most closely matching reference populations for our DNA boxcars, we assign it to a particular ancestry. These results are then tallied up and summarized to you as percentages in your ancestry composition. Here's an example. A report, 55% Indigenous American, 2% Japanese, and so on. Country matches and genetic group assessment. Hey, I didn't answer every.
I guess that's why they're finding, Chinese people. And there's this Chinese doctor, man. Y'all have seen him on Facebook, or seen her on Facebook. It's a Chinese doctor. I believe she's from China. And she got on TikTok, admitting to the fact that she's Chinese. She's not Native American. She wasn't born in America. She don't live in America, never did. She's not an American citizen. She's always been a Chinese citizen. But here she has it. She pops up with a strong amount of Native American ancestry. How is that, Shawn? It's so reliable. Probably because East Asians and so-called, Native Americans, they share many variants amongst themselves. But we both know that their ancestors, they share ancestry, but they are not identical. They are not an identical population. So that's an example for you right there. You know what I'm saying? And so with that being said, theoretically, Black people and West Africans could very likely represent the same scenario, Shawn. It's another guy. I think he was from either he was from Korea or China. I'm gonna try to find these videos, man. And, depending on how much time we spent, by the end of all of this, once we get through Shawn's ranting, once we get through me coming on his live and him kicking me off for the topics I was trying to discuss or whatever, based on how much time we spent on this, I might pull up in videos so people can hear it directly from these people, because these people made their own videos and said, listen, I took my ancestry test and I'm telling you right now, I ain't got nothing to do with no Native American. You know what I'm saying? So, Shawn, you know what I mean? You can't beat it coming out of the horse's mouths, man. But I know somebody like you would try, though. But you can't, Shawn. You can't.
Every one of these questions that is going on with that particular person. Now, mind you, the person in the chat is not a population geneticist, but the person in the chat that is complaining about this seems to be bothered. So let's bother the fuck out of this motherfucker right now. Excuse me. You may notice additional results that don't have a percentage associated with them. These are your country matches and genetic groups. If you are assigned a match to a country or genetic group, it means you likely share recent ancestors with people from that country or group. Remember, your country matches and genetic groups are not assigned to you as percentages. Instead, they are assigned at different confidence levels based on the number of individuals that the country or group with whom you share DNA, as well as the total amount of DNA you share. You can have a highly likely match to a country or genetic group, a likely match or possible match. To see the strength of your match to a country of ancestry or genetic group, tap or click the results in your composition results, or view your detailed view on the bottom. Here is an example of what the fuck they're talking about. Here, we clearly have an African American right here. Why do I say it's an African American that is right here? Because the gentleman's sub-Saharan African is 72.3%. His European ancestry is 23.7%. Inside of his sub-Saharan African, he is 60.5% West African. He is 30.4% Nigerian. Oh, but they got an Igbo underneath this. This is roughly 30% of his individual's DNA closely matches the Nigerian population. Next, 13.7% Ghanaian, Liberian, Sierra Leone. The dude is wondering, how are they doing this after we clearly just explained it and we're giving you an example, and so on and so forth. Next, If you go a little further, for this is clearly a white person, European, right? 75.5% British and Irish genetic groups. And then they go down in detailed brackets. They're telling you how to look and assess your DNA as you go. We don't need to play any games. For the slow person in the back, I'm gonna make sure that you get.
So let me get this right again, Shawn. Since the the people who have the incentive to sell you this product told you that they can match you precisely with these groups, we all supposed to believe it, Shawn? Yeah, Shawn, I ain't buying what they selling. You can know, I can see you buying it. I can see you buying into it a lot, man. That's cool, man. You do your thing, man. But we gonna reside in the truth over here on my channel, big dog. Just let you know, man. And if you watching, man, stop texting me. Didn't you tell me this? Didn't you tell me to stop texting you, man? You said that I was, being the stand and this, that, and the other, man. I got to put the receipts up at the end, man. You can't get away with that, Shawn.
This so you can understand what is going on. You didn't even know about the 0.1%. Now you know about the 0.1%. Now you know about what they're looking for in that 0.1% and how they compare that 0.1% against the what? What was the key word, ladies and gentlemen, that is used for comparing your DNA? Reference population. What do they call geneticists? Population geneticists, because they're covering or they're discussing about the population. And people's make up the populations. And therefore, the bigger your database is, the better your results will be in specifying certain points of your DNA and where they are found in these particular places that this motherfucker said you couldn't find them. So therefore, do a little reading, do a little research. Let me go on down here, and you're still talking about chromosomes and base pairs, and you repeated yourself over and over, and you keep repeating yourself, and then you don't understand, and then you're saying that is not linked to genetic pedigree. What the fuck is you talking about?
He's correct,
What is
Shawn.
you talking about?
He really in there busting your head open, man, but you just not listening, bro. that dude is on that slab head, man.
You got relatives, bro. When your ancestry is broken down, it's going to take you to your mother and father. And then it's going to take you to your mother's mother and fathers. And then it's going to take you to your father's mother and fathers, and so on and so on and so forth. So now we gotta go to another link to show bro how it go.
All right, show it, Shawn. Let's
Hold
get.
on one
Yeah.
second. Let me get
Okay,
back to my
hold on.
shit.
All right, give you a second to spit, Shawn.
You ever seen an ancestry tree?
Oh,
Have you ever seen one of those before?
show it, Shawn.
Let me see if I can pull an image up. Let me see. Oh, first let me show you this example right here, because this is a good one.
All right.
This is a good one. I mean, I could pull my stuff up, but why? Why would I have to do that? Why would I have to do that? When I can just do this right here. Y'all love pictures so fucking much. Cartoons and shit. Right? You love cartoons and shit.
Why you
Let me
hate
pull
cartoons,
this up for
Shawn?
you.
What you got against cartoons, bro? Let people live, man.
Watch this. Watch this. Share. Bro, I already got one of them tests. I don't need another one of them tests. All right, there we go. Walk with me. Walk with me.
All right, Shawn, let's walk, bro.
We just went through it. We went through a lot of this already.
What we doing?
Walk with me.
Explain it to us, bro.
Watch this. Oh, ancestry DNA. Oh, when they check your DNA, they can tell who your first, second, and third cousins are. And then the further back, they'll be able to say a third, fourth, or fifth cousin in there. Oh, then you start getting shit like this. You remember this tree that I was talking about? This tree that I was talking about, showing you who your parents are, who your parents' parents are, and who your parents' parents are. If we had their DNA, if they're in the system like that, it'll go back there.
Yeah, if you had the DNA, which is a very different scenario, bro, because now you got two living proxies, bro. This is not the same. This is not the same, man. I'm glad you fessed up though.
But instead of showing your parents, it may just have question marks. I mean, your great grandparents, to show question marks back there, unless you didn't went in there and start filling out some shit. If they allow you to do it, I don't know. But then it'll show you third cousins, fourth cousins, people you may be related to. Yeah. Same thing with Ancestry DNA. So if you ever took a DNA test and you did your ancestry and you got your tree and you're working on your tree and all your recent relatives in your tree all have ancestry DNA and start popping up, you're going to start getting them little green hints about your relatives when they got married or something that happened in the news that got them in the news.
If he hasn't said nothing significant by an hour and 45 minutes, then I'm going to go ahead and read the genetic articles or whatever on the criticisms of consumer DNA, and then I'm gonna move forward to the part when he's talking about slavery and whatever. I'm gonna let him say his 1-2, and then I'm gonna bring up the article, at least one article about indigenous slavery, and I specifically asked him in the chat about that, in which I believe he ignored. So I'm gonna give it like 5 more minutes of this rambling. If he ain't said nothing significant about, consumer DNA by then I'm gonna cut that short and I'm gonna get into my articles.
Newspaper and go through all of that. You're building a tree. But more importantly, earlier to you, I was talking about let me see. This right here. Right here, we was talking about this. We was going through the ethnicity breakdown, and you're talking about that 0.1%. So this right here is what you're being, these pairs, this right here is a representation of your chromosomes. You see it at the top. Chromosome painting depicts the ethnicities are represented in each of my chromosomes. This is a particular person giving an example of such. And as he's given a breakdown from 1 all the way to 23 to 22 to X to Y, there you go. He's giving you a breakdown. 23andMe gives you the breakdown on that too. You asked earlier. You don't know about DNA. Stop it. The man said, listen, he's skipping over everything that I just said already, right? He's skipping over everything that I said right here, right? Then he said an individual sending a swab of his DNA, a dog. The DNA ancestral test said the dog results came back from Igbo tribe. Wrong. That was debunked. That was a lie. What you mean you can't trace your ancestors? Negro, do you not have parents? Do you not? Get them a DNA test. Your mom and dad are alive right now, bro. You that concerned with it? Get your mom and dad a DNA.
Why I need a DNA test to check to trace my mother and father, man? You know what I'm saying? I guess some people do though. I guess some people have been told that they, their parents is whoever, and they find out. Sometimes it happens. They find out that one of their parents are not their parents. But this is not comparable to deep ancestry, my God, man. But I'm gonna get, like I said, I'm gonna give them about 2-3 more minutes, man.
Test. Get your grandmama, your granddad a DNA test. Watch what it do. It's gonna show 50% father, 50% mother. Then it's gonna go half of that. And the further back you're gonna go, it's gonna cut your grandparents to 25% or a little less than 25%, depending on how it go. You just in the chat and you just talking. And you brought up the whole DNA. All right, so let's deal with this. not a coincidence is I already talked about this with people because I DNA test my dogs, but I didn't DNA test my dogs for breeding purposes as it pertains to colors and all of that, right? So there are DNA tests for dogs.
So he about to talk about, you know, whether or not people tested their dogs and sent it in and it came back with as human DNA. I'm gonna skip past that, man. I'm trying to get to the important stuff, man.
You just in the chat and you just talking, and you brought up the whole me to go back 10 to it, but I'm gonna start building and then I'm gonna break the build. Tackle two.
Okay, so I'm gonna pause it here and I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back to his stuff later, and I'm gonna get into my rebuttal about this ancestry stuff, man. So I'm gonna go up so the title can be shown here. I think I got this stuff in the description as well, in terms of the link, so people can go look at the entire article themselves. But I'm gonna go back up to the top, try to remember that paragraph I want to start at. So the title is "Can DNA Reveal Your Roots?" This is by Anita Hamilton, and this is July 5th, 2005. So I know the naysayers might look at that date and be like, "Man, that's 2005." Hold your horses, because I'm gonna keep scaling up article by article. The last article is gonna be 2025. So, you know, I'm gonna build this point up to the nuke bomb. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna drop that nuke bomb from 2025, where the whole damn, article or genetic study or whatever you want to call it is directly aimed at consumer DNA companies. So this one is as well, but I'm gonna go down to the relevant paragraph that I wanted to read. So genetic testing has special attraction for African Americans because most have no other way to trace their lineage. The slave trade did a thorough job of severing their African roots. And Shawn, this would be why you guys can't prove nothing African, because you know the narrative is that it's been severed. That's why you guys have trouble connecting anything cultural to the people of this land from Africa. Well, you know, that's another story there. Washington-based African Ancestry aims to reestablish these links by telling its consumers whether their DNA matches that of any hundreds of ethnic groups in Africa, from the Hausa in northern Nigeria to the Ashantis in Ghana. For Juanita Thompson, a real estate agent in Arlington, Virginia, the test had special significance because her mother had been adopted as an infant and her birth family was unknown. There was always a void, says Thompson, 61. Having this DNA test gave me a connection to my mother's side of the family. I feel good about finding another piece of the puzzle of who I am. And it's a shame that they playing with people like that. And I think this is what he about to say, I think. As satisfying as it was for Thompson to be told that her mother's family descended from the Yorubas in Ghana, it is exactly this kind of precision that has critics fuming. I think it is disgraceful, a disgraceful thing to try to tell an African American that you can match them to any group in Africa now, says Bruce Jackson, a geneticist. Was that a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts at Lowell, and co-director of the African American DNA Roots Project, a nonprofit research group that is digging into genetic history of American blacks. Jackson says making such classifications is premature because not enough people have been tested to establish distinct markers for each group. Every ethnic group in Africa is a mix that we don't understand, says Jackson. All right. So it mentions Rick Kittle's response. Rick Kittle says African Ancestry Scientific Director defends his company's work. Of course he is, saying he compares customer DNA with a database of over 20,000 DNA samples from nearly 400 indigenous African groups. That company reports a match. He notes only if the statistical probability is 90% or higher. I'm doing the same thing everyone else is doing, but I'm doing it on people of African descent, and I get criticized, says Skittles, who asked that some 3,000 people have taken his $349 test. So, yeah, he's trying to play the victim there, but it won't work. Rick. Okay, I think that's all I wanted to read from that particular article, and then I'm gonna move on to this one. And I'm gonna show you the title and date here. Oh, I don't even think I shared it on the screen, did I? Nope. All right, so let me go back. I didn't even share it on the screen. Yeah, let's go back to that. Like I said, this is in the description section. Title is Can DNA. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna make sure that's on the screen. Can DNA reveal your roots? So I'm gonna read that paragraph one more time so the people can see it on the screen. I'm glad I caught that. Let's go back to where I was. That's not it. All right, here it is. Genetic testing has a special attraction for African Americans because most have no other way to trace their lineage. The slave trade did a thorough job of severing their African roots. Washington-based African Ancestry aims to reestablish these links by telling its consumers whether their DNA matches that of any of hundreds of ethnic groups in Africa, from the Hausa in northern Nigeria to the Ashantis in Ghana. For Juanita Thompson, a real estate agent in Arlington, Virginia, the test had special significance because her mother had been adopted as an infant and her birth family was unknown. There was always a void, says Thompson, 61. Having this DNA test gave me a connection to my mother's side of the family. I feel good about finding another piece to the puzzle of who I am. All right. And then it goes on to say here, as satisfying as it was for Thompson to be told that her mother's family descended from the Yorubas in Ghana, it is exactly this kind of precision that has critics fuming. I think it is disgraceful, and disgraceful thing to try to tell an African American that you can match them to any group in Africa now, says Bruce Jackson, a geneticist at the University of Massachusetts at Lowell and co-director of the African American DNA Roots Project, a nonprofit research group that is digging into genetic history of American Blacks. So they're specializing in this, and they're telling you this is hogwash. Now, this is 2005. You could say that, there's more data, but I'm gonna show you, like I said, I'm gonna cap it off in terms of this section of how, what I'm presenting in terms of this consumer DNA criticism. I'm gonna cap it off with a 2025 article or study, whatever you want to call it, which still is saying pretty much the same thing. So Jackson says making such classifications is premature because not enough people have been tested to establish distinct markers for each group. Every ethnic group in Africa is a mix that we don't understand yet, says Jackson. Now remember, I've been saying time and time again that the current West Africans are mixed, and they became even more thoroughly mixed with the Bantu expansion, and the Bantu expansion overwrote much of the earlier ancestral components. But hey, man, I guess even when the geneticists say, it's still, I guess they still gonna have something to say. Anyway, I'm gonna stop sharing there, and I'm gonna bring up the next one, and I'm gonna share that on the screen and make sure that's on the screen there, and you all can see the title. It made me question my ancestry. Does DNA home testing really understand race? Now, in this one, I'm not going to read the whole thing in this one, but the last one from 2025, I'm going to read the whole thing. But the reason why it's titled like this is because this is actually, I think the person that they designed this article around was a Black person. You can see this was published in 2018. Who's the author on this? Let's see. I don't really see it on here. Georgia Lawton and Daisy Ifama. I guess that's what it is. But anyway, it's titled like it's titled because in here, I'm not going to focus on that particular paragraph, but it was I think it was a black lady who, through oral history, through her family, had always been told that she had indigenous ancestry in the Americas. So, of course, when she took the test, it was saying stuff like Nigeria and everything like that. And so it left her to be confused. She even questioned her family, whether she had been lied to, so forth and so on. And it caused a lot of hardship within her family. And this is why this DNA ancestry stuff is very dangerous. It does not replace genealogy. And if people are not educated, this is how they respond. But anyway, let me go to the main paragraph that I wanted to read. And I'm going to check one more time to see if it's coming up on the YouTube screen. That looks pretty good. So let me go back and I'm going to read here. It says there are many scientific limitations to the home DNA test. These companies aren't actually testing your ancestry at all, says Mark Thomas, professor of evolutionary genetics at University College London. They are problematic in their claims to be able to infer an individual's ancestry. There are a few reasons for this. First, the genetic information these DNA testing companies hold is based on living populations. When you send your spit off in a little tube, it is specific snippets or markers in your genome that are being analyzed and then compared to the markers of others who are good representative for distinct regions or ethnicities around the world. But as Thomas notes, the companies are only looking at very recent samples from a relatively small group in one specific database. They are just saying, if I wanted to make your genome, I could pull bits of your DNA from people all over the world who are around today, and this is just one way I could do it, he says. The databases are skewed towards different parts of the world, too. 23andMe has more American customers, and Ancestry DNA has more British and Australian, Thomas explains. And none of these companies ask, what do we know about the genetics of the past, and which of those past inferred genetic clusters do we get our ancestry from? They are giving us what the market wants, not what the genetics tells us. All right, let me go down a little bit more. There are also the question of just how much information is passed down through a person's DNA. Thomas explains we probably inherit very few genes from our ancestors. DNA is inherited in chunks that breaks up the further back in time you go. You start with 2 parents, then 4 grandparents, then 8 grandparents. It goes to 16, 32, and so on. And by the time you go 10 generations back, there are ancestors from whom you inherit no DNA. I asked Dr. Yaniv Ehrlich, who works for MyHeritage, how the company's ethnicity estimate is created. He says they define good DNA representatives for English people as having at least all of their 8 great grandparents born in England. He believes you can estimate that present day individuals probably reflect populations from about 200 to 300 years ago, as they never got DNA of any other ethnicity. Evolution is not acting fast enough to create any substantial changes. All right, let me keep reading. But as American academic Sheldon Krimsky and journalist David K. Johnson explained in their online consumer guide, Ancestry DNA Testing Privacy, markers make of the result, today's markers do not necessarily match the markers of 400 years ago during the African colonization and enslavement period. They write, so again, I've said before that the population today in West Africa is not representative of the population that was 400 years ago. All right. So basically, they're telling you that the population admixed and changed drastically since 400 years ago. So even if you want to believe that you have West African ancestry, to say that you are this or that based on a modern population, you can see how This is erroneous. All right. Today, markers do not necessarily match the markers of 400 years ago during the African colonization and enslavement period. They write, in other words, markers are inconsistent. Sometimes they are passed on and sometimes they are not. There might be a lot of genetic markers Nigerians share, for example, but that are not necessarily exclusive to them. Thomas tells me it is very possible that my birth father could be from anywhere, but have parents or grandparents who are Nigerian or are from a combination of countries with broad genetic similarities to Nigerians. The bigger question is, how much should we connect geography and identity anyway? An individual's ethnicity is largely based on their own perception of cultural and social traits, not which geopolitical borders they were born between, and there aren't universal genetic traits within certain groups, Thomas points. He goes on to say, let's be honest, these companies are using ethnicity as a nice, polished euphemism for race, and they are trying to define biological races using this genetic data. That in and of itself is shifty, he says. If genetics has taught us one thing over 30 years or so, it's that there are no clear cut biological racial categories. Everyone in the world is racialized in some way. But rather than overturning these outdated notions of race, these companies are servicing them instead, presumably because they get better profits. When I asked the home testing sites about linking the language of ethnicity to science, they offer varying responses. An Ancestry DNA spokesperson told me that analyzing DNA to determine a person's ethnic breakdown is at a cutting edge of science, explaining that they have thousands of DNA samples from around the world. Each is from a specific location, and most are accompanied by a documented family tree indicated deep heritage in a particular region. A 23andMe spokesperson tells me that the company does not refer to ethnicity in its analysis, instead calling it an ancestry composition. Yanev Ehrlich of MyHeritage says ethnicity is not encoded in someone's genes, but this human-made construct can be in a correlation with genetic variations. We use this correlation to infer ethnicity. And I think I'm gonna stop that one there. I think that's pretty much all I want to read from that one. And then we're gonna get to the main one right now. Stop that. And I'm gonna share. Where is that there? Let me see. I'm gonna click on it. Make sure I got it up there. Title of it is called Power and Limitations of Inferring Genetic Ancestry. This was a good one. Real good one, man. This one of the ones that the DNA groupies don't want any parts of. And I'm gonna excuse myself so I can blow my nose. I'm gonna put it on mute for a second. All right, this the big daddy right here, man. This the one that they gonna have a lot of trouble with. And I'm gonna zoom it in so it can be seen. That's right. All right, title of this study and report, I guess you could say, is Power and Limitations of Inferring Genetic Ancestry. The authors and geneticists are Nancy Bird, Tori King, and Garrett Helenthal. That's a Helenthal? Yeah, Helenthal. UCL Genetics Institute, Department of Genetics, Evolution of and Environment, University College London, UK, blah, blah, blah. You guys see it on the screen. And so this article was published between March and June 2025, something like that. It says it received March 2025 and accepted on the 19th of June 2025. So this is fairly recent. I'm gonna go ahead and read the abstract. And we'll go back up here and make sure it's still on the screen first. Yeah, we good there. We good there. So, okay. Background. The recent emergence of technologies that capture and analyze genetic variation patterns obtained from a person's DNA sample has led to numerous academic and commercial endeavors to infer individuals' ancestries. In theory, a person's genome contains a wealth of readily accessible information regarding their ancestors. Despite only some of our ancestors contributing to the DNA we carry, this makes genetic testing an attractive alternative to the painstaking reconstruction of a family trees, or directly contacting long lost relations, particularly when, unless there are notable individuals in the tree, historical and genealogical records tend to diminish frequency with each generation. However, while powerful, there are limits to what genetic data can unearth, as well as important assumptions underlying these analyses. Methods. This review describes some of the early history and latest advances in techniques and data used to infer ancestry using genetics, highlighting both the power and limitations of current studies. Conclusion. While genetics is a powerful means of exploring aspects of people's ancestry, a stronger focus on conveying uncertainty will allow both academics and non-academics to avoid the ever-present risk of over-interpretation. Yeah, let's get into it, man. All right, background. The term ancestry is problematic for a number of reasons. For example, it could mean our genealogical ancestors, i.e., those individuals who identities we can trace using historical and genealogical documents. Many people conflate the terms ancestry and ethnicity. In particular, ethnicity can be considered to be a more fluid term based on how an individual or individuals claim identity with a particular group based on shared culture, language, religion, or history, and could therefore change within a person's lifetime. Genetic ancestry is something else, again, as due to how our DNA is inherited. Not all of our genealogical that we carry. Therefore, genetic ancestry is a subset of paths through your genealogical pedigree that you have inherited genetic material. All right. In this review, we will confine ourselves to genetic ancestry. We discuss recent advances in studies of genetic ancestry while also highlighting some of the limitations and assumptions of these studies. These limitations include widely used practices, a practice of categorizing individuals into distinct groups, e.g., using genetics or ethnic labels, which rather than having any biological relevance is done for convenience to assist analysis and interpretations. The potential for such classifications to propagate harmful ideas regarding biological race, along with the increasing visibility of genetic data to the general public through uh, uh, DTC tests, underscores how effective communication of the field's limitations, in addition to its potential, are essential. All right, let's keep reading. Let's scroll it down. Data types in initial studies. Due to the simplicity of their inheritance patterns, initial ancestry analysis focused on studying mitochondrial DNA, which is passed from mother to offspring, and the non-recombining portion of the Y chromosome, which is passed from father to son. In 1987, Can et al., using low-resolution RFLP analysis, examined the mtDNA types of 147 individuals, and from this inferred that the common ancestor of the research participants was a woman who lived probably in Africa some 200,000 years ago. On publication, it generated international headlines, and within months, Can had dubbed this individual mitochondria Eve. She was known as the mother of all living humans. All right, let's slow down. As mtDNA analysis developed, focusing first on sequencing the two hypervariable regions at HVS1 and HVS2, further mtDNA types known as haplogroups were determined. By 1996, geneticist Brian Sykes had set up a commercial DNA testing company, Oxford Ancestors, offering the paying public analysis of their mtDNA type. Further interest in his company and mtDNA testing in terms of geneticist ancestry was boosted by the publication of his book, The Seven Daughters of Eve, riffing on the early papers, artificially split mtDNA types into 7 groups, which he gave the names of fictional regional daughters. Here, the use of genealogical terms and names fueled the public imagination and was the start of the direct-to-consumer genetic ancestry testing industry we see today. Testing mtDNA types for genetic ancestry was followed swiftly by a similar analysis of Y chromosomes. Here again, Brian was one of the early providers of such testing for the public, first using a set of 10 short tandem repeat markers, short repetitive stretches of DNA sequence to predict the Y chromosome haplogroup. He also gave clan names and determined the testee's ancient ancestral father. Here, the terminology is used to conjure up a closer relationship that exists using the terms father for someone who would have lived many generations ago, some millennia in the past. Let's read on. Analysis of mtDNA and NRY data thus heralded the start of the field of genetic genealogy. Of course, due to the inheritance of pattern of these two segments of DNA, women would only take an mtDNA test, whereas men would take both a Y chromosome and a mitochondria test. Another company, Family Tree DNA, soon offers similar tests, progressing over time to larger sets of STRs on the Y chromosome to type. These could then be used to test within groups of men suspected to share a common ancestor. For example, due to sharing the same surname, to determine groups descended from a common ancestor within a genealogical time frame, or to prove or disapprove family relationships. While some mtDNA and NRY analysis have proven useful scientifically, despite some of the over interpretations mentioned above, recent ancestry studies instead analyze the autosomal chromosomes, the vast majority of our genome. Key to studying genetic ancestry using autosomes is the process of recombination. Effectively, when the autosomal chromosome is passed from a parent to their offspring, each recombination event will bifurcate the chromosome into segments inherited from a different grandparent on that parent's side. Stacking these recombinations up over generations, a person's autosomal genome can be depicted as a mosaic segments inherited from different ancestors who lived at some point in the past. Therefore, an important consequence of recombination is that person's autosomes contain information from each of the many ancestors that pass genetic material through the generations to that person. In contrast, each of the NRY and mtDNA contain information from only one of these ancestors and hence represent a very incomplete picture of their progenitors, despite some early outsized claims of their importance. All right. Even across the autosomes, many of the people in one's distant family tree are expected to contribute little or no DNA to that person. Even across the autosomes of many people in one's distant family tree are expected to contribute little or no DNA to that person. For example, while each of a person's 4 grandparents is expected to contribute a fourth of their autosomal genome, 10 generations ago, a person can have at most 2/10, I think that's what they're saying, which will equal 1,024 ancestors. Thus, each of these more distant ancestors is expected to contribute less than 1,000th of their autosomal genome, with a 58% chance of no detectable relationship at all. At 14 generations ago, this probability goes up to 95% For this reason, our genome is necessarily only a snapshot of a fraction of a person's complete set of ancestors and carries no information about the ancestors that did not contribute any DNA to this particular descendant. I think that's very clear. We're going to read the whole article. Inferring shared ancestry using autosomal data. Due to recombination, individuals who are more closely related are expected to share longer segments of autosomal DNA with each other. For example, grandparents are expected to share longer segments with their grandchildren than grandparents are with their grandchildren. Similarly, cousins are expected to share longer segments than second cousins, or as cousins, shared segments are inherited through a common grandparent, and second cousins and shared segments are inherited through a common great grandparent. Given the mutation rate per meiosis in humans is small, such segments inherited from a shared recent ancestor are expected to contain the same genetic sequence data, with most studies today analyzing biallelic single nucleotide polymorphisms, SNPs, positions where a given segment can carry one of two possible alleles. Based on this logic, several programs, whatever that is, an IBD cluster, identified long segments for which two individuals share matching SNP data, as they may indicate so-called identical by descent segments that both have inherited from the same recent ancestor. The total amount of IBD sharing genome-wide can then be used to infer the two individuals' degree of kinship. And this is basically this is the area and method that they use. I guess this is their strongest point, and this is their strongest anchor in ancestry and determining, who is an ancestral population of who. Indeed, some DNA testing companies return results showing the inferred amount of genome-wide DNA shared between the customer and others in the reference database using currently available genetic variation data sets in modern humans. Identifying close relatives in this manner is of enormous interest in many applications such as DTC services, forensics, and reconstructing pedigrees using genetic data from archaeological sites. However, most academic and commercial studies of ancestry instead use collections of unrelated people where sample individuals have little inferred IBD sharing. This is because unrelated people share more distant ancestry that is often not well captured by other non-genetic records. To learn about a person's ancestry, several programs such as Promo Painter, whatever those is, Lost in that all, compared to the genetic data from a target individual of unknown ancestry to that in a set of reference individuals for which ancestry is presumed known. The aim of such analysis is to identify the person within the reference set that a target individual is most closely related to in a genomic region, i.e., this represents the reference person for which the target individual shares a more recent ancestor than they do with any other person in the reference set. Due to historical recombination as described above, this closest relative changes multiple times along each autosomal chromosome of a target individual. Typically, and intuitively, the closest relative in the genetic region is inferred to be the reference individual's longest stretch of SNP data matching that of the target individual genetic region. While this is a powerful approach to inferring genetic ancestry, other commonly used approaches perform matching using summaries of SNP data, projecting people with unknown ancestry into principal components extracted from reference sample data. Limitations of autosomal based ancestral methodology used for inference. This approach to determining the person's ancestry depends greatly on the reference set of individuals that the target is. The reference set consists of people sampled from particular geographic regions and or people who have provided ethnicity or birthplace information. Reference individuals are then classified into different groups based on their geographic and or ethnicity information. Sometimes genetic clustering algorithms are employed in an attempt to ensure these reference groups are genetically homogeneous. A target individual that matches some in a particular reference group is assumed to have at least one ancestor who were related to people from the reference group. Not straightforward. Even the best matching reference individuals may be genetically distanced from their true ancestors, which can occur if no good representatives for a person's ancestors exist in the reference set. As an example, many available reference data sets contain a larger number of people of European descent relative to those of non-European descent. This has been repeated over and over again in these type studies. Um, and so it goes on to say, in such cases, more precise matches, i.e., matching to reference individuals in fine scale geographic regions, are expected when inferring the ancestry of someone's European descent relative to someone with few recent European ancestors. So, again, just like many other genetic reports are saying, it's much easier to map the European ancestry because they contain the most sampling. But anything outside of European sampling, it gets it becomes a very difficult process, to say the least. Furthermore, matching a person's genetic variation patterns to those of people in a particular reference group does not mean that the person's ancestors were ever a member of that current ethnic group or ever lived in that geographic region. So again, my man Shawn, he tried to connect regions, and here they're telling you that it's not possible or it's highly unlikely, and even more unlikely for black people, especially those who are living on the African continent, because the African continent is the most undersampled landmass of all land masses. But let me read on. This is an assumption that genetics contains no uh, geocoding or ethnicity information, and the genetic ancestry of people in a certain region can dramatically change through time with migration and drift. How many times we got to tell you that, Shawn? Let's read it again. I'm gonna read the whole paragraph again. Furthermore, matching a person's genetic variation patterns to those of people in a particular reference group does not mean that the person's ancestors were ever a member of that current ethnic group or lived in that geographic region. This is an assumption, as genetics contains no geocoding or ethnicity information, and the genetic ancestry of people in a certain region can dramatically change through time with migration and drift. Conversely, a target individual may not match a reference group, even if they have ancestors who are from the ethnic group or geographic region represented by that reference group. This can occur if the reference individuals representing that ethnic group or geographic region do not well reflect the complete genetic diversity of that group or region. For example, a reference set of British individuals that consists only of people sampled from a small geographic area within Wales may not be matched by someone else with recent British ancestry. Instead, this person may share more best matches with reference individuals sampled from France who happen to have a greater amount of genetic diversity, resulting in misleading inference. Oh man, I told you this one packed, man. I mean, it pretty much eats up all of the all of these DNA groupies points for real. Where was I at? Blah, blah, blah. This can occur in the reference individuals representing that ethnic group or geographic region do not well reflect this complete genetic blah blah blah. For example, okay, I read that. Instead, this person may share more, but okay, read that, friends, blah, blah, blah. In addition to these issues, sample size bias can occur, whereby geographic regions or ethnic groups represented by more reference individuals are a priori more likely to be matched unless careful steps are taken to avoid this. I mean, I just don't know how the groupies survive after this. I don't know. I don't know, Shawn. It ain't looking good for you, champ. Let's read the next paragraph. Recent advances in quiet analyzing genetic variation data. Notwithstanding these complications, both the genetic data acquired and the methods used to analyze these data have made continuous strides. Of particular note, large scale whole genome sequencing data sets, which consist of high quality variants, calls at all SNPs within thousands to hundreds of thousands of individuals, are becoming increasingly available. Such data sets enable finding which individuals share variants that are very rarely found in the rest of the population, such as double tons, which are indicated of very recent ancestor sharing. Emerging technologies are increasingly accurate at integrating parts of the genome that were previously difficult or impossible to capture, enabling telomere to telomere assembly that includes better assessment, copy number variants, and ribosomal DNA patterns that may further improve ancestral inference. Let me scroll this down. In addition, the technology to reliably sequence DNA from ancient human remains, uh, consequently, recent years have seen a massive increase in the amount of available aDNA representing worldwide geographic regions over different time periods. In many cases, relative to present, uh, go back up to this other column, present day samples, aDNA can offer a better genetic representative of ancestral groups that a target descends from. When using present day reference samples to learn whether a target individual has ancestors from genetically different groups, a major challenge is that the many people alive today themselves descend from the intermixing of genetically different groups. So I've hit it before at ghost lineages and basically just older archaic layers of populations, man, that definitely existed. You know what I mean? So it goes on to say DNA samples from individuals that predate these intermixing events can circumvent this issue. For example, ancient genomes from Jomon hunter-gatherers have been useful for understanding patterns of ancestry in modern Japanese people who are admixed between this ancient population and continental East Asian groups. So this kind of ties to that to the DE thing that I was talking about earlier, because that Jomon population is D1 carriers. Those were East Asian Negroes. Those were mound building East Asian Negroes. And you can see it clearly says that they were the ancestor to at least one of the ancestors, one of the main ancestors to the Japanese people. All right. They're calling them hunter and gatherers, but they're more than hunter gatherers if they managed to be able to, harvest the technology to build mounds. They're much more than that. Anyway, similarly, genomes from Viking Age individuals have been used to investigate their genetic legacy in modern day Europeans and present day Ethiopians. Ethiopians' genomes have been shown to have differing amounts of ancestry related to 4,500-year-old ancient Ethiopian forager and a Hashi. Uh, Yamanato et al. Uh, okay, they just calling out the reference sources. Of course, the complexity of human history has demonstrated that AD often descend from intermixed groups too, and challenges in acquiring reliable data from particular geographic regions and time periods can still hinder sampling the best ancestral processes. Historical samples are increasingly being published, including those from famous individuals such as Beethoven, King Richard III of England, and Lakota Sioux leader Sitting Bull. Some DTC companies such as 23andMe, DNA consultants, and My True Ancestry now allow individuals to compare their DNA to certain historical individuals and ancient DNA samples. However, such mtDNA or Y chromosome matches are likely to be on timescales that are not genealogically relevant. Moreover, given the doubling of ancestors in each generation backwards in time, the importance of genetic match to any specific historical individual on the autosomes may carry little significance. Indeed, any autosomal DNA sharing between the customer and the historical individual detected by these companies will almost certainly be small, and due to them sharing some distant common genetic ancestors, rather rather than the customer directly descending from that person. High quality WGS data have also stimulated the advance of approaches that infer full genealogies relating thousands of people back in time through their shared ancestors. These approaches leverage the full set of variants that samples carry across the genome as a clock to infer the number of generations ago each ancestor lived. In the principle, the complete genealogy of sample genomes represents the best obtainable information from genetic variation data. Computational considerations currently require a number of simplifying assumptions that make inferred genealogies deviate from the true ones to an unknown degree, while also limiting the number of samples that can be analyzed jointly. However, these techniques are continually improving and currently show unprecedented power to resolve aspects of demographic and evolutionary history. But again, demographic and evolutionary history is broad. It's not precise to the point where we're talking about you belong to a tribe, you belong to this tribe, you belong to this region, so forth and so on. It's not like that. So inferring genetic structure and demographic history using DNA. Along with these continuing advances, recent genetic analysis have provided new insights to human demographic. Let me see how much else I got to read here. I think what I'll do is I should start reading these highlights. This one says it's important to note that split times tend to represent an average. Split for lineages and splits between populations are often more gradual, perhaps over many thousands of years. In addition, there is increasing evidence that in some cases, assuming a tree-like model of splits oversimplifies human history, a more structured model. Scroll this down. Read it again. And important to note that split times tend to represent an average. Split for lineages and splits between populations are often more gradual, perhaps over many thousands of years. In addition, there is increasing evidence that this is, in some cases, assuming a tree-like model of splits oversimplifies human history. And a more structured model with multiple populations changing connectedness through time may be closer to the truth. All right. I've hinted at that before, that, populations are braided. They are continuously braided. You know what I mean? So, when you read the real spill, man, this is what you find. Let's read here. DNA samples from individuals that predate these intermixing events can circumvent this issue. I think I've already read that. Yeah, we read that. Computational stuff, yeah. Let's read here. The use of genetic ancestry categories, widely used by researchers for convenience, can be misinterpreted by non-experts to reflect discrete, genetically homogeneous pure sources, ignoring the complex demographic histories and intermixing discussed in this review. The criteria used to select some reference samples may add to this problem. For example, one of the earliest collections of DNA from worldwide populations, the Human Genome Diversity Panel, which is used in many genetic ancestry studies today, focus specifically on collecting DNA from populations of anthropological interest, i.e. those that were assumed not to have experienced significant migrations or admixture since the 16th century. Such subtleties in the limitations of methods for understanding the genetic ancestry discussed above can be difficult to communicate or even be deliberately misinterpreted. You hear that? Such subtleties in the limitations of methods for understanding genetic ancestry discussed above can be difficult to communicate or even be deliberately misinterpreted, with the increased availability of DTC tests seeming to exacerbate these issues. Some research suggests scientific racism and eugenics related ideas have reached more mainstream political discourse in recent years, and scientists are becoming increasingly aware of how their work can be misappropriated. There have been there have been calls for scientists to represent the complex truth of genetic ancestry more accurately, for example, by emphasizing the continuous nature of genetic variation, avoiding arbitrary ancestry categories, and communicating limitations clearly. All right, this one says, as with other fields, perhaps a stronger focus on conveying uncertainty will allow both academics and non academics to avoid the ever present risk of overinterpretation. This in turn may lend more credence to the reports highlighting the interesting facets of ancestry that genetics can reveal with high confidence. All right, sit there. Um, Read most of that, man. Enough to more than get the gist of these limitations. Yeah, so I couldn't tell if you was related to your own people. How they gonna tell if you was related to somebody on a whole nother continent further back? Hey man, this is what we've been getting at, brother. You know, that's what we've been getting at, man. They can't. The answer is they can't, man. They want to act like they can. That's fine. You know, we're gonna put this out in the algorithm, out to the algorithm, man. All right. So it's on to the next part now, man. I'm gonna let Shawn get back on here and further embarrass himself. You know, cause that's what he do. I think this is pretty damning for you, Shawn. You know, make sure you get a copy of this too, my guy. You know, this pretty much shut all of that down, bro. You know what I mean? And again, this is 2025, Shawn. How you gonna get away from this, Shawn? You gotta come with it, man. You gotta come with it now. I'm gonna stop sharing. It's over, Shawn. I want you to see me, bro. You know, I want you to take a good look at who destroyed your thesis, brother. You know what I mean? It might not be who you expected to do it to you. You know what I mean? But sometimes, you know, God works in mysterious ways. Let me stop. Let me stop. Let me stop, man. I'm having fun over here with you, dog. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna make sure you get a copy of this live. Yeah, I took it to you, man. Yeah, you shouldn't have been doing all that talking, though, bro. You messed up, bro. Let me get back to your nonsense. Now he gonna go into his talk about slavery, which I mean he did a good job of putting this together. I give him credit for that. You know what I mean? He did a good job of putting together the narrative that I don't agree with, but it was still well put together. I give you props on that, Shawn. This was pretty thorough here, man. But I asked you about indigenous slavery, so when you get done, I'm putting that on there. So let's go.
Now, before I continue the story, we all know about Verrazano's travels to the Americas and how he had like about a bunch of Africans on the ship with him when he arrived. Them dudes break out, run free. We don't know what happened to them after that. We don't know if they were killed by Indians.
Yeah, so Verrazano was one of the main ones that described, you know, these different indigenous people that he encountered with having Negro features. I can't remember, you know, if he called them Negroes exactly. I ain't gonna go that far. You know what I mean? I had to go back and look it up. But I have a book with, you know, a lot of collections of letters that these guys were writing, where a lot of them did, you know, specifically describe them as Negro and phenotype. You know, comparing them to, you know, to Black Africans. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, I'm gonna let him keep shooting his spiel.
If they were assimilated into Indians' culture and what made of them. And even if they did, those people were still of African origin. So, soon as I read the first paragraph, the dude in the chat says false, right? It's rejecting every piece of anything that is said on the panel. They're rejecting anything. So let's do this. Everything is false. All the names in the world. I'm telling you right now, there is no such people called Black Indigenous that existed before the European arrived in the Americas. There's not a population or a presence of Black people or.
So this is a straw man argument that they often try to use. I guess where they're coming from is, America wasn't historically documented prior to, and nobody was called Black Indigenous on this continent prior to. You know what I mean? That's a weak argument though, man, for many reasons, man. You know what I'm saying? But let's let them keep going.
Black Indigenous in the Americas, more specifically the United States of the America, Central America, and South America before European arrival.
Cop-out technique.
Because a Black Indigenous person would insinuate people of Australia, Papua New Guinea, those regions. Ain't no Black people in the Americas before the European arrived.
Let me rewind that, man, so I can understand exactly what he's saying. Let me see.
Because a Black Indigenous person would insinuate people of Australia, Papua New Guinea, those regions. Ain't no Black people in the Americas before.
So that's interesting. In that scenario, he called, the people of Oceania Black people. But you'll see as I move forward, when I get on live and I call these same people Black, he says no. Which one is it, Shawn, man? I'm having a hard time figuring you out, dog.
Let's go. Before the European arrived. And if you're stuck at a coloring book, including the Caribbeans, if you're stuck at a coloring book, then you have a diagnosis problem. Because you don't understand that people closer to the equator and south of the equator and a little north of the equator all shade differently. And a lot of that has to deal with the sun. Now, second paragraph go like this. How they were employed. The Jamestown colony early discovered the profits of tobacco crop, and the Negro slaves were largely employed in the industry where they proved very profitable. They were also enlisted in the militia, but could not bear arms. It skips up. So that's why you say the militia and all of this shit. The defense against Indians. So earlier on in the onset of this particular chapter in this book, it is telling us, right, that the beginning stages for Negroes in the colonies was 1619. Forget what happened with Verrazano. We know it existed. And we know that they got our colony early discovered the profits of tobacco crop, and the Negro slaves were largely employed in the industry where they proved very profitable. They were also enlisted in the militia, but could not bear arms. It skips up. So that's why you say the militia and all of this shit, the defense against Indians. So earlier on in the onset of this particular chapter in this book, it is telling us, right, that the beginning stages for Negroes in the colonies was 1619. Forget what happened with Verrazano. We know that existed. And we know that they got them men, they got off them ships. There was no mention of any women or any children. We know that when them drunk white people had their situation going, they saw an opportunity, they broke free, got away, and the white people don't know where they went.
Oh.
So, as it pertains to 1619, what evidence do we have that actually would verify that? Right? What evidence do we have? Anybody know? All right. Hold on. I'm going to come back to this. Like I said, I got Buddy, dude here. Let me rap with dude real quick, and we're going to come back to the point. But the question still remains. We talking origins.
All right, let's skip forward, see what he's going to come back with.
Said that nobody would love me. And that I'm an out. These niggas, when I look at
the world, then people could talk, the animals could talk, the trees could talk, and the rocks could talk. It was dark in the underworld, and eagle plums were used for torches. The peoples and animals that go about by their day wanted more light, but the night animals, the bear, the panther, the owl, wanted darkness. After a long argument, they agreed to play the thimble and button game. And if the day animals won, there would be light. But if the night animals won, it would always be dark. The game began. The magpie and the quill, who loved the light and have sharp eyes, watched until they could see the button through the thin wood of the hollow stick that served.
Yeah, bro, he said that. Yeah, man, he said it wasn't no black people here before the Europeans came. Yeah, that's a straw man argument because, I mean, he's acting like the ones that they did encounter that they clearly called, Negroes compared to black Africans, like they just just was born and then like they was in some type of test tube and became adults in front of their eyes, like they didn't have any prior existence before then. That's basically what you'll have to accept with that stupid strong man argument, bro. But we know how that go, man. We know how that go. Let me get back to it.
Served as a thimble. This told the people where the button was. And in the first round, the people won. The morning star came out, and the black bear ran and hid in the darkness. They played again, and the people won. It grew brighter in the east, and the brown bear ran and hid in the dark place. They played a third time, and the people won. It grew brighter in the east, and the mountain lion slunk away into the darkness. They played a fourth game, and again the people won. The sun came up in the east, and it was day, and the owl flew away and hid. Even though it was light now, the people still didn't see much because they were underground. But the sun was high enough to look through a hole and discover that there was another world, this earth. He told the people, and they wanted to go up there. They built 4 mounds to help them reach the upper world. In the east, they mounded the soil and planted it with all kinds of fruits and berries that were color black. In the south, they helped heap up another mound and planted all kinds of fruits and that were blue. In the west, they.
One thing I want to point out as well, man, is that a lot of these it's a difference between the manifestos and the ship logs. You know what I'm saying? I guess they could be considered the same, but anyway, these ship logs, they don't say that individuals are African. What they do say is that they might have disembarked from Africa and went to, say, maybe the South America, the Caribbeans, then they redistributed them from the Caribbeans to Mexico or, North America, so forth and so on. But they do not specifically say that these individuals are African or, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? They just have the embark and disembark locations. That's it. And so somebody might say, well, you know what I'm saying, James, well, that should be enough information. Not when you place this together with the prior individuals. And really, it's not prior, because this article that I'm about to bring up in a second, I'm just trying to make sure that I capture everything, notable about what he's saying about, so-called African slavery. These Africans that they claim that they got from Africa. You know what I'm saying? He did not capture the indigenous slave trade, which took place before the cross-Atlantic slave trade. As a matter of fact, the first slaves were coming from indigenous people, started in the 1500s, and in some cases didn't end to emancipation. And I asked him in the chat once again to talk about that. Of course, he avoided that. You know what I'm saying? So the importance of that is that, as you'll see in the article that I present, these individuals were shipped from America to Europe, Africa, so forth and so on, and they were returned. Now I don't, I still got to get I got to go through the court, archives and things like that, which is available online, so we could see how they returned, how they were talked about before they left. AI is showing me that, before they left, the manifestos were calling these tribal members Negroes. You know what I'm saying? And allegedly, they were returned as Africans when they came back from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna put that on the screen, though. I'm just gonna let him finish up his spiel and make sure that I capture all of his main points before I do it. Let's get back to it.
Built a mound that they planted with yellow fruits. In the north, they planted the mound with fruits of variety colors, or variety of colors, probably what they meant. Now, the mounds grew into mountains, and the bushes blossomed, fruited and produced ripened berries. One day, two girls climbed up to pick berries and gather flowers to tie in their hair. Suddenly, the mountains stopped growing. The mountains stopped growing while their tops were still a long way from the upper world. So the people tried laying feathers crosswise to make a ladder, but the feathers broke under their weight. The people made a second ladder of a larger feather, but again, they were too weak. They made a third ladder of eagle feathers, but even these would not bear much weight. Then a buffalo came and offered his right horn, and three others also contributed their right horns. The horns were strong and straight, and with them, the people were able to climb up through the hole to the surface of the earth. But the weight of those...
I can't remember the significance of this, but I'm gonna let him keep reading. I don't think it's too long. I'm gonna let him keep going. I can't remember why he brought this up, but I guess it'll make sense in a second.
Humans bent the buffalo horns, which have been curved ever since. Now, the people fastened the sun and the moon with spider threads so they couldn't not get away, and set them up in the sky to give light. And since water covered the whole earth, 4 storms went to roll the waters away. The black storm blew to the east and rolled up the waters into the East Ocean. The blue storm blew to the south and rolled up the waters in that direction. The yellow storm rolled up the waters in the west, and the varicolored storm went to the north and rolled up the waters there. So the tempest formed the 4 oceans in the east, the south, the west, and the north. Having rolled up the waters, the storms returned where the people were waiting, grouped around the mouth of the hole. The polecat first went out when the ground was still soft, and his legs sank into the black mud and had been black ever since. They sent the tornado to bring him back because it wasn't time. The badger went out, but he too sank in the mud and got black legs, and tornado called him back. Then the beaver went out, walking through the mud and swimming through the water, and at once began to build a dam to save the water still remaining in the pools. When he did not return, the tornado found him, asked why he had not come back. because I wanted to save the water for the people to drink, said the beaver. Good, said the tornado. And they went back together. Again, the people waited until at the last they sent out the gray crow to see if the time had come. The crow found the earth dry, many dead frogs, fish, and reptiles lying on the ground. He began picking out their eyes and did not return until the tornado was sent to him. The people were very angry when they found he had been eating carrion, and they changed his color
I'm gonna skip
to black.
a little bit, so he can get to his point here.
But now the earth was dammed up the waters. All the people ship. We know the ship as the White Lion. If you don't know that, I'm gonna break it down to you right now. How does the White Lion get here? Well, let me take you to another source so you can understand how the White Lion gets here. From Angola to Virginia. Virginia's first Africans endured capture and forced journey of 200 miles from Ndongo, the Portuguese port of Luanda, where they loaded onto a slave ship, the San Juan Batista. The San Juan Batista sailed to Veracruz into Mexico with 350 enslaved Africans aboard. They endured extreme conditions during the voyage of several months on the ship, packed well beyond its capacity. Before reaching Veracruz, San Juan Batista was attacked by the English privateer ships, the White Lion and the Treasurer. Two English ships stowed about 60 Africans and sailed to Virginia. The White Lion arrived at Point Comfort in late August 1619, sold 29 to 30 Africans for food and supplies, and the Treasurer arrived at Point Comfort a few days later. They're doing in Jamaica, they're on their way to Veracruz. I mean, literally, they're on their way to Mexico. This is the total number, 350. Then when they get there, how many people made it, didn't make it, who disembarked, etc. Just tell us all of that. Just tell us how many people died on the ship. Out of 350, 203 died. So the remaining people was left. But the Treasurer should be on here twice. Let me change my view. The Pirates of the Caribbean. We got to get into all of that.
Okay, we pretty much get the gist of it, man. You know, it is documentation.
This prompts these type.
We know the documentation surrounding, you know, the Atlantic slave trade or whatever, and we know where it can be contested at. You know, which I just said, you know, a moment ago. Let me see what he's saying right here about this image.
For things to be more clear, I need to be more clear, more specific, so that if I make a claim and I don't back up the claim in whatever I say, then people
I'm gonna
can
stop it right
that.
here because this is the next part I want to get into. So I'm gonna drop this indigenous slave trade receipt right now, and I'm gonna stop sharing this right here, and then I'm gonna put this article on, and I'm gonna read this whole article. This is a good read right here. This is coming from Brown University. It's titled "Colonial Enslavement of Native Americans included those who surrendered to." Study by Brown University. Study by Brown University historian finds that Native Americans who surrendered during King Philip's War were sold into slavery with long-lasting effects. So King Philip's, believe if I'm not mistaken, he was the king of the Wampanoags, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But Providence, Rhode Island, Brown University, a study by Linford D. Fisher, Associate Professor of History at Brown University, finds that Native Americans, including non-combatants who surrendered during King Philip's War to avoid enslavement, were enslaved at nearly the same rate as captured combatants. Let's read that again. It says, University finds that the Native Americans, including non-combatants who surrendered during King Philip's War to avoid enslavement, were enslaved at nearly the same rate as captured combatants. Okay. Native American slavery is a piece of the history of slavery that has been glossed over. Of course it has, Fisher said. Between 1492 and 1880, between 2 and 5.5 million Native Americans were enslaved in the Americas, in addition to the 12.5 million African slaves. Now, of course, um, not all of those slaves, reached North America, and in terms of that, what was supposed to be coming from Africa, only about, I think the number is 355,000 that actually reached the shores of North America. While natives had been forced into slavery and servitude as early as 1636, it was not until King Philip's War that natives were enslaved in large numbers. Fisher wrote in a study, the 1675 to 1676 war pitted Native American leader King Philip, also known as Metacom, and his allies against the English colonial settlers. During the war, New England colonies routinely shipped Native Americans as slaves to Barbados, Bermuda, Jamaica, the Azores, Spain, and Tangier in North Africa, Fisher said. While Africans who were enslaved did not know where they would be taken, Native Americans understood that they could be sent to Caribbean plantations and face extremely harsh treatment for far from their homes and communities. So again, here this is indicating that these same Native Americans were on plantations, and they were the same plantations as the so-called Africans. All right. Fear of this fate spurred some Native Americans to pledge to fight to the death, while others surrendered, hoping to avoid being sent overseas, the study found. Fisher's study, Why shall we have peace to be made slaves, Indian surrenderers during and after Philip's War, appears in the journal Ethnohistory, a volume devoted to scholarship on indigenous slavery in the New World. I'm gonna check that out. Native American enslavement was documented in the colonial correspondence, shipping records, court cases, town records, colonial government orders, and petitions from colonists to the British government. Now, these records, unlike the so-called African records from Africa, is much more documented than the African records. These records mention names, tribes, so forth and so on. They have very specific information, and they were always called Negroes, Shawn. They were always called Negroes, my man. Even contemporary official histories of the war all point out to the same thing. Indians were enslaved in mass and either distributed locally or sent overseas to a variety of destinations, Fisher wrote in the study. Studies in native slavery have opened up in recent years, Fisher said, with award-winning books published in 2002 and 2003, highlighting the systematic nature of indigenous enslavement, even within English colonies. Fisher's study on those who surrendered in King Philip's War looks at what factors contributed to native slavery and the impact enslavement had on Native Americans for generations. All right, let's move forward here. To surrender or resist. Fisher examines the short and long-term effects of native slavery in his study, noting that during the war, the widespread fear of being sold overseas as slaves was used by Philip allied Native Americans as a tool to recruit natives to their side. Other Native Americans surrendered, Fisher wrote, either in response to explicit inducements by the English offering mercy, or because they hoped that doing so would be understood as a statement of neutrality. These surrenderers could be individuals, families, larger bands, or entire communities, Fisher said. Some Native Americans offered their services to the English in the war, like the Awashonks, the female chief of the Confederation of Sakonot Indians, who pledged support on the condition that Sakonot men, women, and children would not be killed or sent out of the country as slaves, according to the study. Especially near the war's end, Fisher wrote, natives surrendered in larger numbers in direct response to promises of leniency, but leniency had no consistent practical meaning. English authorities focused first on disarming natives, either by selling guns turned in by surrenderers or prohibiting them from bearing arms. Fisher wrote, English communities objected to letting natives who surrendered simply go free, and housing and feeding them was complicated. So often captured and surrendered Native Americans were simply sold into slavery, both overseas and within New England, or forced into servitude for limited terms with English households. In addition, Native communities were asked to pay an annual tribute or 5 shillings per male as an acknowledgement of their subjection to the government of Connecticut, according to the study. Like I said, all of that is captured on their colonial records. Colonial motivations, Native Americans' responses. New England's motivations for enslaving Native Americans included making money and clearing land for colonists to claim. Fisher wrote, it was it was also easier to remove Native Americans from the region, then sell them locally, and risk having the Native Americans run away to find refuge. Fisher also argues that there was an ideological component to enslaving Native Americans among colonists. There was a presumption involving the innate inferiority of natives, he said. There were proto-racial notions of European superiority plus an appetite for land, he said. If you look at the history of the colonies, slavery happens almost right away. I'm going to repeat that. There were proto-racial notion of European superiority plus an appetite for land, he said. If you look at the history of the colonies, slavery happened almost right away. Fisher said he is increasingly convinced that for colonists, slavery was a normal part of their mental framework. Some free Native Americans working with the English tried to influence where Native American surrenderers would be settled on how they would be treated, Fisher wrote, like Uncas, the Sachem, and the Mohegans in Connecticut. Uncas, who fought on the side of the English, seemed determined post-war to keep Indians out of English households and, even more important, off the English merchant ships that threatened to take them to the Caribbean, Fisher wrote. Uncas and other Native Americans also encouraged captives to run away and sheltered them when they did, or helped them resettle elsewhere, according to the study. In other cases, Fisher wrote, Native Americans requested captives as servants for themselves, sometimes to keep them out of English households, or served as slave trading middlemen. In one case, Fisher notes a Native American slave owned by a Pequot leader was sold by him to an enslaved African woman. We know they probably wasn't African though, but you know. So yeah, so basically, and I think this gets overblown or misstated in terms of indigenous people, at least the Black indigenous people, taking slaves for negative reasons. I think when the chiefdom changed amongst these tribes, especially in the southeast, the Siberian derived Native Americans start enslaving these Black indigenous people under, similar chattel slavery style slavery. You know, um, I'll look into that some more at a later time. But lasting effects. The shadow of natives enslavement in New England extends into the 18th century and beyond, Fisher said. There are records of people petitioning for freedom in the 1740s who were the descendants of Native Americans first enslaved during the King Philip's War. In the study, he wrote, small legal loopholes and dishonest practices on the ground ensured that, in many cases, limited term service turned into lifelong and even heritable slavery. You hear that, Shawn? That's important, Shawn. This is how who you think is African start, being born into slavery because their parents were contracted into slavery and they were unable to complete their contract, so their children inherited the same contract. Who that sound like, Shawn? That sound like Native Americans to you? I don't think so. In 1676, Connecticut officials decreed that a native slave terms of service could be lengthened but not shortened. A law passed the same year by the Rhode Island General Assembly seemed on the surface to outlaw Indian slavery, but Fisher noted in practice that other laws ensured the native surrenderers were disposed of for the benefit of the colony with various terms of servitude. For Native Americans 5 years of age or younger, their servitude lasted until they were 30 years old. All right. These enslaved practices permanently disrupted the lives, livelihoods, and kinship networks of thousands of Indians, Fisher wrote, and sometimes slavery was simply given another name. In 1721, 45 years after the end of King Philip's War, the Connecticut General Assembly took up the question of second-generation Native American child slaves. The Native American children who had been placed as servants in English households after the war had grown up and had children of their own. What should be done with them? Fisher wrote that while leaders did not approve of enslaving them, they also did not want them free. So the generation of children also became indentured servants. Native Americans sold overseas occasionally made it back to the United States, Fisher wrote. Others died or disappeared into a wider slave market and labor force, or became established in the locations where they were sent, like the modern-day community of individuals in Bermuda who claim New England Indian descent. So that's the end of that article, man. And that points out, a lot of important things, man. And I'm gonna move on to the next part here. I'm gonna get him back on the screen, make sure. Oh, he's starting this next part about the Australia signal. This is gonna be the funnest part. This is gonna be the funnest part, man. This is turning into 3 hours, man. Time be flying, man. This is crazy. I'm gonna have to go back and edit some of this up, man. All right. Let's see what he's saying about this.
And then they can deal with what I said and ask me for evidence if I don't provide evidence for such. However, I don't ever talk without providing evidence for what I'm saying. I'm not one of the people who like run my mouth and allow people.
So you can see already he's perpetuating the psyop here. You can see how they have these people looking, representing the Australian genes. They got them looking like, Southern Native American, South American Native Americans, the contemporary look, calling that look, Australian as well. You know what I mean? But we're going to break this down, man. This is going to get real fun right here.
People to just sit back and listen while I say things. So a few shows ago, since I returned about the Abo stuff, I talked about where the people come. And I said the Southeast Asians or East Asians. And I also said the Oceania people. I said these people were the people who populated the Americas. And then I gave reason to it because of the Bering Strait. And that the sea level or the oceanic floor was 400 feet less than what it is today, which means there was lower water. And if you ever seen 400 feet in your life, if you go look at a skyscraper building that's 400 feet tall and you stand in front of it, you're going to realize how much water that is that comes down to where you are, where your feet is. That's a lot of water. So how deep is the actual oceanic floor? However,
what?
One person tried to insinuate that the people that I was claiming to populate the Americas was Black people. We used the skin map to try to show them that these people had melanated skins due to the fact that they were living around the equator. The skin map justifies and educates people in this particular lane, but some kind of way we can't address the skin map. Some people say that's hogwash. Some people say that the people that left Africa and populated the rest of the world are the same Africans that left Africa. There was no such thing called mutation and adaptation, that these people were still African.
I'm going to bring up...
Never mind the fact that
I'm going to bring up a photo and I think I already said it to myself. I'm gonna bring up a photo of what oceanic people look like, in particular, um, Melanesians. Let's see if I got that up. Yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing and I'm gonna share that. Yeah, y'all. Let me make sure that's on there. Yeah, this is who he's saying. Um, don't look black, you know, and or it's not black, and they, you know, they only look this way due to environmental adaptation to UV radiation. That's what he's saying. As if skin tone is the only you know type of phenotype that we're talking about in concerning these people, and as if Europeans didn't describe more than just skin tone. I mean, y'all just tell me what that look like. Let's see. I'm gonna zoom in. I'm gonna zoom it in so it could be seen. I mean, looks like a nigga to me, man. Looks like Negroes to me. And he's claiming UV adaptation is his excuse. But whatever, man. We get back to it. That's silly, Shawn.
They have been gone, and some to never return, and were still African. A brother claimed yesterday that that the people of the Indus Valley culture and the Australian Aborigines, the Polynesians, the Philippines, the Melanesians, and so forth, he stated that those people descend directly from Ethiopia and the land of Kush. His evidence for such was to try to attempt to use science and paint them black, a very hyper-diffusionistic perspective. It has come to my attention today that he has spent another few hours of everybody else's time arguing against the information where it does not support him. And to add to their body of knowledge to move the needle forward, I am going to continue the Jaracillas. I might be pronouncing it wrong, but it's Jaricilla. I'll bring it back on the screen before I get started with the source, just so you'll know exactly which tribe that was, whose origin story we told first. All right. This is before, you know, anybody come on into North America. But I think I see, I spelled it wrong in the chat. Jicarilla. Or you could just call them the Apache. The next origin story would be the Iroquois. There's another origin story I think comes behind that. Yeah, they start talking at that point. But there's multiple origin stories, and then the book reads. And it says it right here. How many people were living in the Americas? How did they get here? How long had they been here, and what had they accomplished? This is something that we can come back to, but I want to move forward a little bit. All right. So, but it talks about who these people were, who these native people were, and so on and so forth. But their name is JIC. I spelled it wrong. JICARILLA. Jicarilla Apache. All right, let me continue. I ain't getting into that. I don't need they are. All right, so during the last ice age, when hunters and gatherers crossed the ancient Bering land bridge that connected Asia with North America. They carry something special with them in their genetic code. Pieces of ancestral Australian DNA. You remember when I was telling you that these people are linked back to those Australords, the Oceania people, and Southeast Asians and the Northeast Asians, and how they split and did all this other stuff? They brought with them a genetic code. Over the generations, these people and their descendants trek it southward, making their way to South America. Even now, more than 15,000 years after these people crossed the Bering Land Bridge. Their descendants who still carry ancestral Australian genetic signatures can be found in parts of the South American Pacific coast and in Amazon, researchers found. Much of this history has unfortunately been erased by the colonizers and how they split and did age.
I put that together. Hold on.
When hunters and gatherers crossed the ancient Bering land bridge that connected Asia with North America, they carried something special with them in their genetic code. Pieces of ancestral Australian DNA.
Okay, which is absolutely false. And I'm gonna show you with the secondary article. I might just follow up too with the primary genetic study as well. There's a particular reason why we know that this wherever he's getting this information from is false, because in the article I'm gonna show you, and in the primary genetic study, which I could probably show in another segment, man. We already up to 3 hours, but they specifically state that there are no genetic signals upstream from South America. The signal is not found in Central America or North America, Siberia, Europe, or Asia. Is not found anywhere. That's the reason why they designated the Y population. But anyway, I don't want to give it away too quick. I'm gonna let him go ahead and keep sinking himself.
You remember when I was telling you that these people are linked back to those Australords, the Oceania people, and Southeast Asians and the Northeast Asians, and how they split and did all this other stuff? They brought with them a genetic code. Over the generations, these people and their descendants trek it southward, making their way to South America. Even now, more than 15,000 years after these people crossed the Bering Land Bridge. Their descendants who still carry ancestral Australian genetic signatures can be found in parts of the South American Pacific coast and in Amazon, researchers found. Much of this history has unfortunately been erased by the colonization process, but genetics is an ally to unravel unrecorded histories and populations. Study with the Huntingmeyer and study co-led research and
so what this article is trying to do, and what Shawn is subscribing to, is the propaganda that this signal was carried through Siberia. But the initial reports, the genetic study, the primary genetic study says that this signal was not found in Siberia. But obviously he's reading, and this is the difference between narrative and genetic data. And I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna prove this with another secondary article. And like I said, I know people probably try to say I'm being swayed, so eventually I'll pull the full genetic primary study where it specifically says it's not found upstream in Siberia, Europe, Asia, none of that. It's not found anywhere. And that's the reason why they called it a ghost population. And that's the reason why they label it the Y population. I'm explaining more detail as I go. I'm just trying to make sure I capture all his points before I cut them off and start reading my article.
Doctoral student Marcus Arroyo Castro El Silva, both of whom are in the Department of Genetics and Evolutionary Biology at the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil. So I wanted to make that clear because someone on Garfield's panel was disputing Rob Bourne's uses of sources and information and trying to say who was those people who was writing, yada, 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 yada. He thought he was asking a great question because he wanted to say, see, these Africans writing about it, or he wanted to say something like that. But he asked the question not knowing that it would also put him in compromise with where his positions is, because he don't have no evidence. But here we see Tabitha as her name is spelled, and Marcos Arujo. These people are at the University of Sao Paulo. So this lets you know that there's some, based on their names and how they're spelled, their ethnicities are very native or indigenous to what's going on. And I try to tell y'all that, but no one really wanted to listen. So new research builds on earlier work, first published in 2015, which showed the ancient modern indigenous peoples in the Amazon share specific genetic signatures known as the Yepekeru or Y signal, the modern day indigenous groups in South Asia, Australia, and Melanesia, a group of islanders in Oceania. This genetic connection, it caught many scientists off guard, and it remains one of the most intriguing and poorly understood events in human history. The researchers wrote in their study. To investigate the Y signal further, a team of scientists in Brazil and Spain dove into the largest data set containing the genetic data of 383 indigenous people from different parts of South America. The team applied statistical methods to test whether the Native American population had accessed genetic similarity with a group they call the Australians, or the indigenous peoples of Australia, Melanesia, New Guinea, and the Andaman, or the Andaman Islands in the Indian Ocean. In other words, the team was assessing whether the given Native American population shares significantly more genetic variants with Australian than other Native Americans do. South America groups that did have more genetic similarities with Australians were interpreted by the new research as being descendants of the first Americas and Australian ancestors who coupled together at least 15,000 years ago. My apologies. As experts, the study confirmed the previous findings of Australian genetics ties with the Caratiana and the Suri indigenous people in the Amazon. But the new genetic analysis also revealed a big surprise. The Australian connection was also found in Peru, in the Chatuna people, an indigenous group with ancestral ties to the Pacific coast, the Guarani Akawa, a group in central West Brazil, and the Exviante, a group in the central Brazilian plateau. When a team looked specifically for the Shotuna people and other coastal indigenous peoples, including the Sakura and the Narahula, the researchers found that these people had ancestry from the mix of South American people and the sister branch of the Onge indigenous people who lived on the little Andaman Island. When the team included the Exvante people in analysis, the model suggested that the coastal groups got started first and later gave rise to the inland Amazonian groups with Australian heritage. So the first settlers likely stuck to the Pacific coast due to their subsistence strategies and other cultural aspects adapted to the life by sea. For this reason, they would have at least initially only expanded through and settled the whole American Pacific coast from Alaska until southern Chile. In this context, the expansion to the Amazon passing through the northern Andes would have been a secondary movement. Now, as it pertains to the people in the Americas, you're seeing this in two different lights. You're seeing when we pull up, you're seeing the origin stories and the other way around from the other people, the other way that it actually go. But when we left off, we was talking about the San Juan Batista, the White Lion, and the Treasurer.
All right. So this
reason that I'm showing,
and I'm gonna get mine on the screen right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and put that on the screen. Stop sharing that. And I'm gonna get it up quick and try to get to this real quick because man, we posting 4 hours. Oh my god. Okay. All right. So this was published in 2021. Earlier South American migrants had indigenous Australian, Melanesian ancestry. Now, I don't know how you get past Australian and Melanesian and pass that off as anything but Negroes. You know, again, I showed that the photo of what Melanesian people look like, and he's saying that this is, I guess, continuous with contemporary Native Americans. Yeah, right. Because when they're comparing these morphologies to Melanesians and Australians, they're clearly saying that they are clearly different in morphology than contemporary Native Americans. That was the whole point, and that was the whole point of the controversy. But anyway, in 2015, scientists discovered something surprising: that some indigenous peoples in the Brazilian Amazon were distantly but distinctly related to native Australians and Melanesians. The genetic signal of Australian ancestry in so far flung a population sent researchers scrambling for answers. A new study reveals this genetic signal is more prevalent throughout South America than thought, and suggests the people who first carried these genes into the New World got it from an ancestral Siberian population. Now, check this out, right? So, like, if we're paying attention to what they're saying here, they're saying that this signal is Australian Melanesian. So, obviously, Siberians are not directly related to Melanesians or Australians. And I'm gonna pull up, what that tree looks like. But basically, the Siberian people descend from Y-DNA-P. From P, you get Q, uh, but they also, one of the Y-DNA male haplogroups is also um, within the Australian lineage, which is C3, right? That's supposed to be a Siberian branch that theoretically passed through Beringia. So keep that in mind. That's going to play into context later on. But obviously, there is a conflict, or a conflict, or what would you call it, a contradiction in it being Melanesian and Australian together. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to say that this signal is some type of shared ancestor between the two, that is a ghost population that no longer exists. That, and this is what I mean between um you know uh narrative versus what was actually found. They're trying to connect this narrative so they don't have to say that this is a totally different population group. That's what they're attempting to do. But later on in this reading here, you'll find out, and they'll admit it. The people who did this study, they're going to admit why that doesn't work in terms of fossil evidence. But I'm going to read on. The findings also shed light on those people's migration routes to South America. It's a really nice piece of work, says Jennifer Raff, an anthropologist, geneticist in the University of Kansas, Lawrence, who wasn't involved in the study. It shows that the 2015 finding wasn't just an artifact. It really is a widespread genetic signal. Anthropologists think bands of hardy hunter-gatherers left Siberia and entered the now submerged land of Beringia, which then connected Eurasia and Alaska when sea levels were much lower than today, perhaps about 20,000 years ago. Then, about 15,000 years ago, or so ago, some departed Beringia and fanned out into North and South America. These early migrants made good time by 14,800 years ago at the latest. Radiocarbon dates suggest they were setting up camp in Monte Verde in southern Chile. So his article, has some of these aspects in it. But I'm gonna show you where it diverges at. The 2015 DNA studies reveal Australian, Australasian, Australasian. I'm up bad. reveal reveal Australasian ancestry in two indigenous Amazonian groups, the Caritania and Saru, based on DNA of more than 200 living and ancient people. Many bore signature set of genetic mutations named the Y signal after the Brazilian Tupi word for ancestor, Yipakura. Some scientists speculated that the Y signal was already present in some of the earliest South American migrants. Others suggest a later migration of people related to present-day Australasians could have introduced the Y signal into people already living in the Amazon. The new study, led by geneticist Tabitha Hamanamera at the University of Sao Paulo, examined genetic data from 383 modern people from across South America, including dozens of newly genotyped individuals living in the Brazilian Amazon and Central Plateau. The researchers work closely with indigenous people, and Hamera says that they are collaborating with historians, anthropologists, and geneticists to ensure the result will be transferred in the best way to the indigenous communities. For the first time, scientists identified the Y signal in groups living outside the Amazon in a Zavante who lived on the Brazilian plateau in the country's center, and the Peru's Chotuno people who descend from the Mochica civilization that occupied the country's coast from about 100 CE to 800 CE. Next, the researchers used software to test different scenarios that might have led to the current DNA dispersal. The best fit scenario involves some of the very earliest possibly even the earliest South American migrants carrying the Y signal with them, the researchers report today in the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Those migrants likely followed the coastal route, Hennayer says, then split off into Central Plateau and Amazon sometime between 15,000 and 8,000 years ago. The match exactly what you'd predict if they were the case, Raff agrees. David Meltzer, an archaeologist at Methodist University who co-authored the 2015 study identifying the Y signal, says that the explanation makes sense. Still, he adds, finding Australasian ancestry in ancient coastal remains would boost his confidence in the author's conclusion. So what Shawn was trying to speculate is that, you know, maybe the fossil evidence was lost due to higher sea levels today, which would have washed out the lower sea levels back then. However, something else is going to become a barrier for that explanation. Pontus Skoglund, a population geneticist at the Francis Crick Institute, who was a co-author on one of the 2015 studies with and Meyer, says that he's glad to see Southern American scientists building on the previous work. I'm excited that local research groups in Brazil are picking this up. They're doing exactly what needed to be done. One unanswered question is why the Y signal hasn't turned up in the North or Central American indigenous groups. One possibility Hannah Meyer suggests is that the Y signal bearing migrants simply stuck to the coast and made it to South America without leaving any genetic legacy up north. It is also possible that groups with Y ancestry did live in North and Central America, but died out in the deadly aftermath of European colonization. The population Y signal is a puzzle, Meltzer says, but this is an interesting piece to add to it. So I think I got to go ahead and not now, but maybe in another one. Well, definitely in another one. Got to go through the primary genetic study because these guys are, you know, making up things outside of what they initially reported as in terms of explanation. Now he's saying that, you know, they could have came down in the coast. All of this is irrelevant when considering the 2015 study because they basically admitted that this signal is not found upstream. And what I mean by upstream, I'm talking about upstream ancestors. I'm talking about they specifically said it wasn't in Siberia. They specifically said it wasn't in Europe, Asia, nowhere on the globe. In any living population is the signal found. And that is the reason why in 2015 it was labeled a ghost population. You know what I'm saying? And so this is where narratives, you know, this is where these geneticists try to make this fit. You know what I'm saying? You know, they try to make a narrative fit into the science that they clearly have observed of being something totally different. Now, again, They're labeling it Australian Melanesian. Australians and Melanesians have never been anything but Negroes. Just want to point that out. So anyway, I'm gonna get to the last part now. I do want to play this video. Let me see here. I'm gonna try to be quick with it. Pause that. We'll pause that. I'm gonna take my screen, put up that other, and this is the one about the male found with Luzia. I was gonna read the article about Luzio and the difference between the two, but man, it's getting late, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get into this, and then I'm gonna get into when I popped up into his live and what made him upset and kick me off, and try to make that quick because it's getting late. We approaching 11 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? It's getting real late. I probably have to just do a part two, man. I never meant for this to come out to be 4 hours, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
This.
Bring this up. Okay, yeah, it's already on there. Okay, right there. I'm gonna zoom it in. I'm gonna let my man do his thing. I think he did a good job. I might skip through a little bit just to get to the main points, but it's only 16 minutes. I think we can get through it.
It's a Siberia, not Native Americans. Vast environmental. That's how it's created. All right, they're going through it. Arrived, still up for debate. Friday arrived. Ancient human remains dating back over 10,000 years have been in the rock shelters and caves. A Brazilian graphic designer recreated the 3D face of one of the skulls found in the region. The result was surprising. It was a surprise. He looked like an African with similar features to Australian Aborigines. A proto-man. He was a proto-man.
Shawn.
He was discovered in the same region as Luzia, seen here. Scientists created Luzia's face out of clay, 1999. Luzia remains were found, some 11,500 years ago. High identity. Because Luzia looked like an African, nothing like today's Native American Indians.
So we see the face of Luzia now. So, I ain't gonna say too much. I'm gonna try to say this and let it keep going. But yeah. So strangely, Luzia's remains got caught up in the fire at the museum that her remains were contained in, and so after that, they did another 3D reconstruction and had her looking totally different. I can't remember if the other, you know, um, remains found with the male Luzio, which is not this male that he's about to show. That's something totally different at a different site. That's the one that they tried to extrapolate and conflate into the same population group, which was actually separated by 1,000 years, and said because that group showed the continuous, Y DNA and mtDNA, they tried to conflate that with Luzia, even though her and this male are 1,000 years apart and not even at the same site. So I just wanted to point that out.
The 3D reveal of an ancient African called Apiuna. Brazilian graphic artist at the 3D face, named as Dyro, I think. Scientists believe.
So again, these are 3D reconstructions, man. They're not, subjective, just somebody wanting to put something together, to show this is what it initially looked like, So, and this has never been changed for this male like it has been for Luzia.
These people are the genetic forebears of today's Native Americans. Look at that, Siberia. Scientists suggest two ways of migrants arrived in the Americas thousands of years, and the Africans were probably the first. Right? But we know who those people are. This is what it said. Astonishing 3D face of the 10,000-year-old African caveman discovered in Brazil could settle historical debate. All right? We're actually going to read some of this, actually. The relic name, hold on a second. Yeah, Apiuna. Nickname Apiuna, we found deep in Shawn 50 years ago. All right. They got the exclusive. We just watched the video on that. That was by Janet. Let's actually read through some of this real quick. All right. All right. Digital imaging by Brazilian graphic designer Cicero Maurice, exclusively revealed by Mirror Online, shows what the features of a 40 to 50-year-old prehistoric man whose face resembles the Australian Aborigines. The relic, dubbed Apiuna, was discovered deep inside a cave during an archaeological dig in Lagoa Santa, southeast Brazil, some 50 years ago. It appears to support a 2 decades old argument that so-called Africans, which we know they call them African Americans, right? Which they're calling us right now. Interesting, right? Africans were the first colonizers of the Americas. The news comes just weeks after Maurice also revealed the 3D facial characteristics of a 28-year-old Siberian.
Now we know they weren't Africans, you know what I'm saying? But it's either one extreme or the other. You know what I mean? Either it's they conflated with Siberian Native Americans coming down by the coast, coming from the coming down through the coast, or they got to be African. You know what I'm saying? Never considered to be just Aboriginal from America, but he just like the rest of us, we see through that.
Asian male. And this, right? The structure of Apiuna, the African Austro-Melanesian skull. You see how it's like calling them all these different things? African Austro-Melanesian skull. Right? Instead of just calling him an American. The American phenotype. Remember that I told you guys they base everything off who they want to determine who's a full blood and who's mixed. Even though they know doggone well this group of people are not like they know doggone well. All right, the digital imaging by Brazil graphic designer Cicero Maurice shows the features of a 40 to 50-year-old prehistoric man. You see that? See Cicero Maurice? You see what he looked like? Look at that, look at that, look at that. His face resembles Australian Aborigines, resembles, and don't say he is an Australian, right? With the people over there. Unveiling, all right, the unveiling appears to support a 2 decades old argument, right?
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
The first people. The discovery of the African's face challenges the thinking about the American continent's first pioneers. Apiuna bears a close likeness to Luzia, the name given to the 11,500 year old skull of a young African woman whose remains are the oldest ever found of the South American continent. That's African. They put her into the African race. She is not the people from that continent. That's just classifying her phenotype as African as a race category, just like Mongoloid, right? Just like Caucasoid, right? It's a race category. All people across the world, they put them into a race category. Mongoloid, Negroid, Caucasoid, and then they later added Australoid. They put her in an African Australoid category. In 1998, Luzia's fossil bones evacuated more than 220 years before the same region as the primitive men were found to have similar ethnic characteristics to modern-day indigenous sub-Saharan Africans and native Australians and Melanesians. Walter Neves, right, a professor of the human evolutionary research at Sao Paulo University, was the anthropologist who revealed the surprising discovery of the.
I just want to point out that their counter to that is that morphology descriptions like that are outdated, and that these were just people who just adapted. And so I'm gonna do it. I might be able to do a one segment, or I might have to cut it up. But I'm gonna present a primary genetic study that measures morphology and basically how fast it changes. Is it basically how plastic it is, and basically how how structured it is. You know what I'm saying? And basically it's going to be done. It's going to debunk the claims of morphology being so flexible that it could just change in this period of time. And basically it doesn't directly point out, but it would insinuate that any drastic changes that we observe between these earlier Paleo-American skulls to contemporary Native Americans can only come about through a genomic overhaul. And that would basically consist of, a different population group from each other, man. That's what it boils down to. But anyway, I'm gonna let him keep going.
Cave woman's race. At the time of the revelation, sent shock waves through the scientific community because Luzia looked nothing like the Siberian Asians, who scientists agree are the genetic forebears of today's Native Americans. Right? Neves findings were confirmed in 1999 by British anatomical artist Richard Neve, I think, formerly a professor at the Manchester University, who used the cast of the ancient skull to sculpt the clay bust of Luzia's face. The head of the young African, who was in her 20s when she died, right, is displayed in Brazil's National Museum in Rio de Janeiro. Very interesting, right? Luzia's people was one of two groups of the early settlers in the New World, according to the scientific studies. So when they be trying to talk about something, y'all making this up, science, you're against science. No, we're not, dude. No, we're not. We're against pseudoscience, and y'all use that to classify us in race, and race is pseudoscience. All right?
You lie!
Race is pseudoscience. All right? Archaeologists believe that there were at least two large migratory waves of distinctly different people who made their odyssey across the Bering Straits, the land bridge between Siberia and Alaska, reaching the American continent thousands of years before the first Europeans arrived. There it goes again, showing the skull. All right, let's get it to read a little bit. Let's get to read it.
The 3D skull for the facial reconstruction of Dairam, the Siberian Asian man. Image. Cicero Mores Caters News.
All right, this is the Siberian. Look at that. That's a real Siberian. That is a real Siberian, not Native Americans. Yes, a face that looks like this is a real Siberian. So if this is a real Siberian, then who are those people? There's something else going on. Limited information has stumped a lot of people by not progressing into further, like doing further digging. All originals, right? It's crazy, right? Because we just, original Brazilian, original Siberian. And you can see how they were related. You can see how it went from the L haplogroup to the MNN to the American, like all the other ones. It was melanated people with afros, and then it's going to always be melanated people with afros. So you have to think to yourself, well, if it's always that, then who are those other people claiming to be these particular groups? It's wild out here, right? Because y'all trying to put them in places that they don't belong. There's groups of people that we don't know about. Certain groups outside of our story, they're trying to put themselves into our story. Mixing and absorption, very parasitical like. All right, mixing and absorption. That's what they're planning. That's their plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
To take over every ancient area and group that our ancestors truly came from, right? Mm-hmm. So let's see how they was able to get those reconstructions without, them tripping and stuff. So when you scroll down, right? So Maurice makes it clear, right, that the 3D facial reconstructions do not attempt to solve the mysteries surrounding the occupation of the New World. My job was to bring the past into the future through artistic creativity and to add to the discussion, he said. It took 2 months to reconstruct the features of the immigrant cave dwellers. All right. Okay. All right. Maurice explained the process involved photo scanning both fossils using an advanced computer program. We took images from various angles and algorithms, calculated key measurement points on the skulls, and converted the information into the 3D results. All right. The photos were taken by the researchers at the Lapinha Museum at the Lagoa Santa, where the skulls are exhibited, were emailed to the graphic designer in Sinop. Central East Brazil, some 1,500 miles away. So Maurice ended up sending the data to Marcus, right, a forensic specialist in Rio de Janeiro, who did a blind identification of both skulls. So he sent the stuff in blindly because the forensic specialist would it know he had no historical information about the craniums, but was able to tell their ages and verify both were males. He concluded one had the physical characteristics of an Asian, and the other one had those of an African Austro-Melanesian. The 3D scientists added, I used the information and data to do the anatomical reconstruction. The features that emerged confirmed the ethnic groups. So he sent that information in to that forensic specialist without telling them where these bones were from. Hey, good thing, good job, man, good job.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, we appreciate that, man. I need to put a clapping thing in there or something. So ain't there something? So that's what a real Siberian looks like. So it's not the Native Americans, right? So the Native Americans are not the real phenotype or representation of Siberia either. What do you know? This is super, super interesting, right? There's something outside. These like there's certain groups. Let's put it like this, right? And this is,
Man, ain't it funny how everybody is converging on the same thing? I don't know this man, or this brother here, I should say. We've never met, I saw his stuff like last night, man. I would, it just happened to pop up in my algorithm because I'm always looking at this type of stuff. And it's just interesting how everybody's converging on the same thing. Now, I said earlier that even these Paleo Americans who are carrying, the contemporary Y-DNA, mtDNA that contemporary Native Americans carry to this day, they are not exemplifying contemporary Native American morphology, even though they're not necessarily what you would call, African, Australasian or Melanesian or anything like that. They still are far from the morphological cluster of contemporary Native Americans. And so the thirsty, DNA groupies, they take the DNA and they run with it like, oh yes, oh it's QM and such and it's B whatever that the story's over with. They are the contemporary Native Americans. Nah, that's not how it works, y'all. Nope, absolutely not. I don't know how they I'm thinking what happened is when they wherever contemporary Native Americans came in from, I think that they had enough wherewithal. I'm talking about Europeans, to know that they share some type of ancestry with the authentic Siberian. You know what I mean? And so because of that, they're matching these DNA. Something to me has got to be going on. And you can say, oh, conspiracy theorists and everything like that. It is what it is. You just got to accept it. But obviously, the morphology is not matching the DNA of what we are accustomed to, mapping onto, contemporary Native Americans, man. And that's clear, man. So he's converged on that same point, and so have I. I'm gonna let this play for a little bit. This is it. His stuff is interesting, man. I was trying to cut it short, but I don't think I kind of want to hear this myself, man. I was half asleep when I was listening to it the first time, but
you can say allegedly. I don't know. Who cares, right? But this is something that these certain groups outside of what's really going on, they want us to believe that all of these different groups came from Negroes, right? The N-word, right? That the Mongoloid and the Caucasoid sprouted from an N-word. And we know that's just not, something don't add up with that. Because if people have all these different types of other beings in them, it doesn't add up like logically. That you can end up looking like me and then start looking like George Lopez. It doesn't make sense. There's other groups of people that's something else. Something else, right? Came from probably far, far away from the ends of the earth. It ended up in our proximity and ended up in our area. Something to think about. So I apply Asian and African color palettes, blending the skin tones and initiating hair texture to reveal who the two men once were. It's so interesting, right? That when we're speaking about these different things,
I think we'll move on to the next thing. I think he made all of his most important points there. Now I'm gonna get back into Shawn, and I'm gonna fast forward it to me coming on this live, which is the funniest part of this presentation, man. And I'm gonna show why he cut me off. Got to get to that before it gets too late. So I'm gonna stop it, and I'm gonna get back to Shawn stuff. Orange is a Negro. Let's put it. Shawn back up, man.
Showing y'all this and just trying to slow it down. Now, more or less knowledge of despite slavery, Beneca, and blind. The fame about the Negro. Hold up, what the fuck is that say?
You said that there was an oceanic presence.
We need to debate right now. We need to debate the origins of the Negro in America. Soon as man leave my house, bro. And he could be gone in another 15 minutes, bro. Hopefully. He been here for about 30 minutes. I'm gonna have to pay him, and then our friend Claire, I gotta get 2 things, which I can get in the, you know what I mean? But and then you said what happened to them? Who was them that you're talking about? The Australasians? What do you mean what happened to them?
Real simple.
Hold on. Hey, what you mean what happened to them? You can unmute, bro. You can be heard. Oh, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, what happened to him?
What you mean what happened to him?
It's a straightforward question.
No, it's not.
What happened to him?
Historically, what happened to who?
Yeah, so obviously I'm on right now. So yeah, he already defensive.
Historically,
the Australasians that you're talking about in South America.
What Australasians in South America?
You said that there was an oceanic presence in Indigenous America and South America, correct?
No, you're going back to a source that what I was reading from on that video.
Yeah. I mean, what did you say? I mean,
the Oceania, that's an old ass video. The Oceania presence isn't referring to the Australasians.
What's it referring to?
It ain't referring to them. It ain't referring to Papua New Guineans. It ain't referring to nobody we don't have a genetic presence for.
So
are you trying to no, hold on. Let me try to understand. Are you trying to make them black? Is that what you're saying the black presence is?
Nah, I'm trying to understand, is that what you're saying? So you saying that that's not a black, that's not the same. Okay, so how do you
those
make
are
that,
not black
how do you
people.
make that inference?
Because they're not black people.
How do you make that inference?
Because they're not
Based
black.
on what?
The definition
Based
of black. They're not black people.
I'm saying, where you get what source is saying that they're not black?
They're not black people.
How do you know that?
Because based on the definition of black, they're not black people.
What's
you just said you just called them something, so they're not black people.
What's the definition of black?
People of sub-Saharan Africa. Descendants of sub-Saharan Africa, people from sub-Saharan Africa.
Sub-Saharan Africa
in America, that's the definition. You want me to bring it up?
Sub-Saharan Africa is defined by the variants that are found in the region.
No, per the 8.
When we are proxy,
hold on before you get there, because you don't be knowing what the fuck you be talking about, bro. You're not a population geneticist, so I'm not gonna let you do it. I ain't gonna let you do.
I mean, it's just straight facts. So
no, it's not straight facts.
When we're proxied against West Africans,
it's not straight facts, bro.
It up, bro.
It's not.
Nah, you can see he cut me off. Yeah, you want to do that, Shawn? Yeah, buddy.
It's not straight facts. You asked me about Australese. You're not asking me about You just add you're confusing. That's what I mean. So that's what everything is a chronology and a case. No, I'm not cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off. You can't ask me a question and then I answered and then you say, no, that's not based on this, it's based on that.
You didn't answer the question.
I did.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, shoot your shot.
Did you not hear the answer? Or did you not hear what you wanted to hear?
Say, give your answer one more time. What is black defined as?
People of African descent.
Okay, and who defined that?
The white people did when they were taking our asses from where they took us from.
So, based on the Outer Africa theory,
now you're dealing with something. So you're dealing with two different things.
That's fine.
No, it's not fine because as soon as you say Outer Africa, don't mean that. Are Australasians African?
Out of Africa and they
are Australasians African?
No, they're not African. That's
all right. Point. So why are you? So when I said that they are not black,
that's your definition, bro.
No, that's not my definition.
Black is not surrounded by
no, that's not my bro. Listen to me. Do we have the same shared experience with them?
You said that.
No, I actually listen to my question. Listen to my question. Do we have the same shared experience as Australasians or the Australians?
How's that relevant, man?
It's very relevant because black people in America, because black people in black people,
what defines a
black people. Listen to me, man. Listen, so you can understand the relevance. Because black people in America have a shared experience.
We ain't talking about experiences.
No,
that wasn't the question.
You ain't understanding what I'm saying, bro.
Because we don't share the experience that West.
They are not considered black James. They're not considered black James. That's the short, skinny answer. They're not considered black. Buddy. That's not my opinion. That's not my opinion. Because the people that are considered black have a shared experience in the Americas.
Phenotypically,
they are not black. They ain't black.
Phenotypically, who do they share the most affinities with?
They're not black.
They're not black.
They're not black. You're talking skin color. You're talking skin. You're talking skin color now. You're talking skin color. That don't mean anything because we can go to the South India near the equator where those people are clearly Indians. I'm not talking about nowhere. I'm talking in the Middle East. Those Indians, super black, but they ain't us. They ain't us.
You know why they ain't us? Why they ain't us? Because they interbred with Indo-Europeans.
What do you think the Australasians interbred with, bro? What do you think?
They integrate with Neanderthals. That's different.
No. Neanderthal and what else?
That's it.
Don't stop. Neanderthals and what else? What else?
Oh, you want to talk about you want to talk about when the Europeans came?
No,
I'm talking about
they both Neanderthal and Denisovan and them same Indo-Europeans that you're talking about. People had to migrate through that gap in order to run into all of that.
Nah, Shawn. What I'm saying, and this is what you don't understand. This is what you don't understand.
What you mean? You confuse me.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
So, you have all modern human populations are somewhat derived, but others are more derived than others. The Negro population is the least derived population group amongst any population group.
So who?
What you're trying to conflate, Shawn?
No. The who? The who population? What would be considered the Negro population?
The Negro population.
No, what would be considered the Negro population?
Can I answer the question? It's any lineage. It's the lineages that retain the oldest sustained lineages since the first human beings.
One more time.
Austronesians
Who is the Negro? No. Because Negro wasn't even around. Negro wasn't around.
Austronesians would fit that description.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Right.
No.
So I want to bring you my example right here to further my point. And let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I'm gonna pull it up off my my Gmail. So I had ChatGPT build me a Melanesian summary, and I'm gonna bring it up here and put it on the screen. I'm gonna stop sharing, then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna share it on the screen, because here is exactly what I'm talking about. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna stop sharing this, and I want to bring up my own personal definition based on what I've been studying of what a Negro is. And you know, anybody is welcome to argue this. It don't matter to me, because I know what I'm talking about. And when you actually study genetic data, it's gonna match up with what I'm talking about. Where's my PowerPoint at, man? There you go. I'm gonna need to close one of those. So let's see if I can pull it up now. Boy, this has been a long one. Oh, yeah. Now we can see it. So, yeah, that's on the screen. And so, what is a Negro? Those belonging to populations and or lineages representing those that are the least derived from ancestral populations or early Homo sapiens. That is my definition of Negro. Now, I'm going to bring up the summary that I had ChatGPT put together for me. Not this here. Where'd it go? And I'm going to read this here. Melanesian ancestry and genetic structure summary. Core definition. All modern humans descend from early African populations of Homo sapiens. Africans derived refers to deep ancestral origin shared by all humans. Differences arise from bottlenecks, isolation, adaptation, and archaic integration. This is basically the explanation for derived population groups. So Melanesian full profile. Ancestral foundation is 94 to 97% African derived ancestry. Early out of Africa lineage retaining some early human variation. Lower diversity than African populations due to bottlenecks. Denisovan integration is 3 to 6%. Introduced immune and environmental adaptations. Represents an archaic layer, not early Homo sapien over early Homo sapien retention. Isolation and drift. Long-term island isolation and founder effects produce unique genomic structure and reduce the diversity. Retention versus change. Returning early divergent lineage, some ancestral traits, reduced overall diversity from Africa. added Denisovan DNA, local adaptations, drift effects. Population ranking, most retentive to most derived. So I asked ChatGPT to rank the most retentive from early Homo sapien states to the least. And number one, of course, the sub-Saharan Africans, high diversity and deep continuity. Melanesians are partial retention, Denisovan influence, and isolation. But you see, they sit number two. And use in some rankings, African Americans sit number three after Melanesians and Australasians. Then it goes Southeast Asians, East Asian Europeans, and Arctic populations last. And that's pretty much it with that. But there is one more key thing that I wanted to trip Shawn up on, and here it is. We'll put that back on the screen. God dang it, time. What?
Oh, they do not. They don't.
Let me finish my point.
You gonna get to.
So Mexicans, for instance, their ancestry it consists of European, that consists of Native Americans, Asians, and somewhat what you would call sub-Saharans. But what I'm saying is that Negro populations do not depend on any other ancestry outside of their own population group to descend from.
Incorrect.
Incorrect. Is not determined by other populations.
Incorrect. Because the Negro.
Tell me how I'm incorrect.
Because the Negro in America, not all Negroes have an African haplogroup that would actually justify your argument.
I'm not talking about
they don't have a white. No. They have European, so they have admixture there.
Yeah, so he's trying to say that the European admixture changed the Negro structure, or what some people call sub-Saharan structure, which is false. The structure did not change. You know what I'm saying? What I'm talking about is archetype. You know what I mean? And I've showed this guy studies where they've isolated the African component, and even after isolation, African Americans show a different archetype in their African portions of their ancestry than that of Africans. So no, Shawn, you keep circling the same, misunderstanding, in that you think that admixture, recent admixture, changes the whole archetype of ancestral autosomal makeup, and it just doesn't, Shawn. But I'm gonna continue because he about to kick me off.
Okay. All right, so to go back to your argument, I know what you're trying to do, bro. You're trying to do the hyper diffusionist game where you're trying to make everybody black. Oh, black people populated.
Yeah, he don't realize that his out of Africa idea that everybody has to be, anything black has to be out of Africa, and that's the fusionary. You know what I'm saying? Like, to make it clear, my point of view or my belief is that Negroes are like trees. Anywhere you go, any landmass you find, you're going to find Negroes, especially in ancient times. They're going to be in different varieties, just like you're going to find different varieties of trees on different land masses. Is what you would call autochthonous. I think I'm saying that correctly. You know what I mean? But no, I don't believe that all Negroes are from Africa. You know what I'm saying? So, but anyway, let me keep it going.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I already ended the conversation when I told you that the Australasians are not black. They're not Negro. They're not Negro. They're not Negro. They're not. We don't have the same shared experience, and they're not us.
Experiences.
You can no, because bro, tell me what black person in America, hold on, let me ask you a question and see if you can answer it. What black person in America has Denisovan and Neanderthal DNA in them? It's 50 million.
I can't answer the question for every black person, my guy.
Okay. Do you have a percentage
on
of
average,
50 million?
On average, African Americans carry little to none.
There's okay. Are you talking Neanderthal or are you talking about both archaic humans?
I'm talking about any archaic hominin group outside of the West
Pause.
African
All right, hold on. Pause.
population group that they're talking about.
Hold on.
Is in
Pause.
West Africa.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Pause it. I'm trying to make a point here. So when you brought up the Australasians and you brought the Australians to our front doorsteps, they carry both Neanderthal and Denisovan admixture components that are present. We are not them. So when you say that, what about this group of people? What happened to them? They are not us because genetically speaking, they possess.
Shawn, you just contradicted yourself, Shawn.
Yo, bro, are you listen? They carry.
Shawn, do you realize that West
ask me about some people who carry archaic
DNA, buddy?
They carry both Denisovan and Neanderthal. No, we don't. Show me a West African with Denisovan. Show me the West Africans that carry Denisovan DNA.
Right now. That's why I told you when to debate. I told you
you can't find one single West African that has Denisovan.
I got your messenger. I got your messenger.
Not one. Not one. You can't show me because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't.
There's been reports.
It doesn't exist.
Show that West Africans
we never saw Denisovan. We never saw Denisovans, bro.
Buddy,
we never saw Denisovans.
You won't, buddy.
We never saw.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. God, the fuck, Lee, bro. Like,
yeah, Shawn, I'm about to give it to you right here, buddy. The what you duck, you can't hide from, champ. It's late, bro. It's 11:15, but I gotta finish giving you the business, man. It must be done. It must be done. This is crazy, but it's gotta be done, bro. You cannot get away with that, bro. No, it's not happening. It is not happening. Where is it at? Let's see. Be over here. No, that ain't it. What can I bring this up for? There it is. Finally. All right. Got that up on the screen. And I'm going to read that thing. So clearly, and this is the grand finale, man. I'm going to read this and I'm to the bed, man. Integration from extinct lineages. There has been a resurging interest in the question of archaic admixture in Africa, with the recovery of the first wide data from Neanderthals and Denisovans. Admixture from these archaic groups has been evident in non-Africans. With new methods that do not necessarily require a reference genome from the integration lineage and better genome data, it is now possible to investigate the question of integration from extinct lineages in Africa. Given the rich human and hominin history in Africa, the lineage leading to the modern day humans has the potential to interact and also mix with hominin groups that separated from our lineage far back in time, perhaps on par with the divergence of Neanderthals and Denisovans some 600,000 years ago. It is also likely that distinct modern human groups existed, possibly divergent a few 100,000 years ago or more recently, that later disappeared for some reason. Such populations could have mixed with human groups that did contribute substantially to today's people in Africa. We can refer to the latter phenomena as integration from ghost populations, and the former case as archaic integration. One way to separate these two integration processes is to define archaic integration as involving a hominin group separated from the human lineage before the deepest divergence among modern humans some 300,000 years ago, and ghost integration involving extinct anatomically modern groups that separated around 300,000 years ago or more recently. Since the publication of the Neanderthal genome, the Neanderthal admixture into human populations is continuously being unraveled, which also has bearing on the understanding of the demographic history of African populations. The West African Yoruba have often been used as an unadmixed reference population to estimate global Neanderthal admixture proportions. Although they have been shown to carry small levels of Neanderthal ancestry, a new method that eliminates the need for an unadmixed modern source showed that the Neanderthal ancestry proportion in Africans was larger than previously thought. Chan et al. Found on average 17 MBs of individual, of which 94% is shared with non-Africans. Strom et al. Also found archaic variants from Neanderthal and Denisovans in West Africans that are absent in non-Africans, reflecting the larger genetic variation found in Africa. The Neanderthal ancestry in modern Africans can be explained by back migration from ancestral European-like source into Africa, a scenario which supported by other studies that found Neanderthal ancestry proportions to correlate with Eurasian ancestry proportions. And that is Shawn's nail in the coffin. Now, for my people who want to whitewash Africa because of this, it's not talking about the contemporary Mediterraneans. It's talking about the Natufian type Afro Eurasians who picked up the Denisovan and Neanderthal integration before they returned as back migrators into Africa. And this would suggest more than one thing. It was just that and the fact that they traveled through Asia to be able to integrate with these Denisovans. So, Shawn, I pretty much lit you up tonight. It became a marathon. Unfortunately, I'll probably have to go and cut some of this up in the chunks so people can stay with it. Ain't nobody finna sit through no 4 hours, but at least this is documented now that I smashed your head. That's the most important part, my dude. I gave you this article. You try to act like you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Let me hold on, man. We gotta put these receipts on the screen, man, because it wouldn't be right unless I did it. This man trying to act like he ain't, he been messing with me the whole time, at least in the beginning. talking about he didn't get the receipts. Yeah, so I'm gonna send that to myself. And take this receipt of me sending it to him. You see, I sent it to him 11:03. And he gonna turn around and say he ain't get it. You gonna see about that, Shawn, man. We gonna sign you off with this nail in this coffin, man. Gotta get you right. So I'm gonna stop sharing that. And then after this, it's a wrap. Boy, what have I done? Yeah, this might be a little petty, but I don't care. You zooming in, man. Who you playing with, boy? Who you playing with, Shawn? Why you playing, boy? Let me zoom it out a little bit. You see the timestamp there? You ain't gonna find no evidence. You can see I sent it to him. Then I want to show is here. And this man talking about. So I asked him, did he see it? He says no. So you know this man be lying. You don't have any evidence. You've been sent that stuff, man. Stop playing. It's a wrap. That's it, y'all. You know, I appreciate my dude Akibo sitting through at least like 4 hours of it, man. He hung tight, man. Yeah, man, we'll have to meet in person. I had to take you out for lunch for that one, bro. That's some true support there, man. So that's it, man. Part 4, Shawn P's head smashing. This will probably be the last time I address him, you know, because my homies have been telling me, you know, stop giving this man so much energy. He clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. So yeah, this is gonna be the last one, man. He'll have to come with something, you know, real. He'll have to really provoke me to ever say anything about this guy again, man. It was fun using him as a sparring partner to, you know, highlight, you know, certain things or whatever. That was fun. You know what I'm saying? I had fun with it on social media, but this is it, man. You know, I'm gonna go get some rest, man, and I'm gonna start focusing on the community and you know, really like, you know, having communion with them instead of, you know, spending so much energy on these outsiders and really digging into the evidence of Negroes in America before Europeans, man. Signing off. Peace.